If you've ever stumbled upon an object or place that seemed to defy the boundaries of reality, you'll understand the haunting feeling of being drawn into something far beyond your control. Tonight's tale will take you on a journey through dimensions, ancient artifacts, and strange forces that blur the line between our world and the unknown. But before we dive into the story, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. You won't want to miss out on the next chilling chapter that could just shift the very fabric of reality. Stay with us, and let's see what happens when curiosity leads us too far down the rabbit hole. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare yourself. Things are about to get unsettling. But sleep eluded me. The shadows seemed longer that night, stretching across the walls like dark tendrils, creeping in the corners of my vision. The wind outside howled against the mountainside, but in here, there was a stillness that made my skin crawl. At 3:17 a.m., I was wide awake, my heart thudding in my chest. This time, there was no mistaking it. The piano note rang out clear and true, vibrating through the walls, a single A-flat, slicing through the silence like a blade. I bolted upright, adrenaline surging, my thoughts racing. The room felt colder, the air heavy with something I couldn't define. My eyes scanned the darkened room, but there was nothing, just the faint outline of my gear, the shadows, the oppressive silence. But the sound had been real. It was impossible to ignore now. I grabbed my flashlight, hesitating only for a moment before stepping cautiously into the hallway. The house seemed different at night, bigger somehow, more foreboding. The old floorboards groaned beneath my feet as I moved, each creak amplified by the silence. I reached the main living room where my equipment was set up, but the room felt wrong. The air was thick, almost choking. I turned on the flashlight, its beam slicing through the dark. The moment the light hit the floor, I froze. There, on the hardwood, were deep scratches, jagged and fresh. It was as if something, or someone, had dragged something heavy across the floor. But I hadn't seen them earlier. They were new. I hadn't noticed them when I'd set up. My breath caught in my throat. Had I been asleep when it happened? No, I had been awake. I would have heard it. I would have seen it. I turned quickly, scanning the rest of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. The recording console was illuminated. The red light blinked, signaling it was running. But I hadn't turned it on. Panic began to rise in my chest. I rushed toward the console, but before I could get close, a voice, low and guttural, whispered through the speakers. "You should leave." I staggered back, my mind scrambling to comprehend what was happening. The sound was unmistakable. It wasn't just random static or interference. It was clear, deliberate. "Leave now," the voice repeated, and this time, it was colder, like a command, a warning. The hairs on my neck stood on end. I stumbled backward, my pulse racing, my body frozen in fear. But then, as suddenly as it had started, the voice stopped. The room was silent again, save for the wind howling outside. I didn't know what to think. My mind raced. The scratches on the floor. The inexplicable piano notes. The voice. It all pointed to something far beyond coincidence. Something unnatural. That night, I couldn't sleep. The thought of returning to bed filled me with a paralyzing dread. Every creak of the house, every rustling sound felt like it was watching me. I was no longer alone. Then, the piano started again. This time, it wasn't a single note. It was a melody, haunting, dissonant. It echoed through the empty halls, and the floorboards creaked beneath the weight of the music, as though the house itself were alive. I ran into the living room, my eyes desperately searching for the source of the sound. But there was nothing. The room was empty. The air thickened, the temperature dropped. I could see my breath in the cold, oppressive air. Then, from the corner of the room, something moved. I turned, but there was nothing there. Just shadows, shifting ever so slightly. I was losing my grip on reality. The isolation, the fear, the strange events, they were all blending together into something much darker. I could feel it now, deep in my bones, the house was alive. It wasn't just the acoustics that were off, it was the very fabric of this place. Something dark had taken root here long ago, and I had unwittingly disturbed it. I went back to the recording console, trying to steady my nerves. The voice returned, louder this time, almost angry. Leave. Now. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to know what was going on, even if it meant confronting whatever haunted this place. I wasn't sure I would survive it, but I had no choice. And as I stared at the recording light, I knew that whatever was watching me wasn't going to stop until it had what it wanted. As I stumbled out of bed, my limbs felt like they were moving through water. The air around me was thick, oppressive, and the strange, dissonant melody swirled in the back of my mind. Each note seemed to invade my thoughts, twisting my perception of reality. The house groaned as though it were alive, reacting to the sound that now seemed to seep from the very walls. I grabbed the flashlight from my desk and made my way down the hallway, the beam slicing through the darkness. The shadows seemed to move with me, shifting and flickering, as if something else were there, something that I couldn't see but felt nonetheless. The music grew louder as I approached the main living room. But it wasn't coming from any instrument. It was as if the sound itself had taken on form, swirling around me, filling every crevice. The walls seemed to hum with the melody, the vibrations resonating in my chest. My breath quickened as I reached the door, my hand trembling on the handle. The room was empty. No piano, no instruments, nothing but my recording gear. Yet the music swirled in the air, thick and undeniable. It was as if the house itself was playing the notes. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and dimmed, then went out entirely. The only illumination came from the red glow of the recording equipment, the eerie light casting long, jagged shadows on the walls. I stepped inside, the sound growing louder with each step I took, a pulsating, rhythmic hum that seemed to vibrate through the very floor beneath me. I turned toward the console. The master fader was still pushed up all the way, but now, there was something else. Something new. The tape reels were spinning erratically, the VU meters dancing wildly with signals that weren't supposed to be there. My fingers hovered over the controls, but I couldn't bring myself to touch them. There was something deeply wrong, something beyond my understanding. And then, the sound changed. It twisted, becoming something darker, deeper, something almost malevolent. The dissonance intensified, and the room seemed to close in around me. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the music was no longer just an anomaly. It was a force, pulling me deeper into the unknown. The air pressure shifted again, and I felt the unmistakable sensation that I wasn't alone in the room anymore. Something else had entered, something that existed beyond the boundaries of sound and perception. A cold breath brushed against my neck, and I spun around, the beam of my flashlight jerking wildly through the room. But there was nothing there. Only shadows that seemed to linger just a little too long, clinging to the corners of the room. The music grew louder, almost deafening, as if it were coming from within me, within the very fibers of my being. I staggered back, my mind struggling to make sense of what was happening. The notes seemed to be vibrating in my bones, and a voice, deep, guttural, and unmistakable, whispered through the music, sending chills down my spine. Join us. I froze. My body refused to move, paralyzed by fear. The voice came again, but this time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a command, a call from something ancient, something that had been waiting, listening, hidden within the sound. Join us. I couldn't breathe. The room seemed to close in on me, the shadows stretching toward me like tendrils, pulling me into the darkness. The music, now a cacophony of discordant notes, filled every corner of the house, overwhelming me, drowning me in its intensity. Panic surged through me as I turned to flee, but the door was no longer where it should have been. The hallway stretched on endlessly, and the walls seemed to pulse with the music, shifting and distorting. The house had changed, warped into something unrecognizable. I ran, my heart racing, my breath shallow, but no matter how fast I moved, the music followed. It grew louder, more urgent, and I could feel the very walls closing in on me, pressing in on my chest, suffocating me. I was trapped in a nightmare, a labyrinth of sound and shadow that I couldn't escape. As I stumbled through the hallways, I caught sight of something in the corner of my eye. A figure, shrouded in darkness, lurking just beyond the light. Its form was indistinct, a silhouette in the shadows, but its presence was undeniable. It watched me, its gaze cold and knowing. My mind screamed to turn back, but my feet refused to obey. The music had taken hold of me, and the voice, ever present, whispered again, this time louder, closer. Join us. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed by the sound, by the presence that seemed to be consuming me. I could feel it now, crawling beneath my skin, weaving into my thoughts, twisting my very soul. The music was no longer just a sound. It was a force, a presence, and it was drawing me in, pulling me deeper into the abyss. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the music stopped. The silence was deafening. I was alone in the darkness, my body trembling, my mind fractured. I didn't know how much time had passed. The house was still, unnaturally still. No creaks, no groans, no whispers in the air. Just silence. But I knew. I knew the music hadn't ended. It had simply gone silent, waiting, watching. And it was only a matter of time before it called me again. The house was still as I sat in front of the console, waiting. The tape machine was on, the red light blinking, recording my questions and responses. There was a palpable tension in the air, as if the very room itself were holding its breath, anticipating something. I waited for hours, listening to the silence, watching the meters fluctuate gently with nothing but the hum of idle equipment. But deep down, I knew that silence was only temporary. It wouldn't last long. Around 3 a.m., the temperature in the room dropped sharply. The air became thick and heavy, as though the atmosphere itself was becoming dense, pushing against me, making it harder to breathe. A low hum began to vibrate through the floor, so faint I thought it was just my imagination, until it grew louder, undeniable. The same dissonant melody from before returned, but this time, it was different. It was more urgent, more deliberate, as though the sound had acquired a sense of purpose. The instruments played with perfect precision, but something was changing. The tones warped, bending in ways that couldn't be described by musical theory. They twisted and merged, forming harmonic clusters that didn't belong in any human music system. I felt it then, the presence. It wasn't just the music anymore. The sound had become a vessel for something else, something that was alive, conscious. The air shimmered as though a veil were lifting. Shadows in the room stretched and pulsated with the music. They moved in unnatural ways, as though not bound by the laws of space and time. I could feel them closing in, encircling me, their movements synchronized with the increasing tempo of the music. Panic surged through me. My instincts screamed at me to stop, to run, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by the sound, by the overwhelming pressure that seemed to fill every inch of the room. The vibrations were no longer just felt in my bones, they were inside my head, rattling my thoughts, distorting my perceptions. I reached for the recording equipment, my hands trembling. As I touched the console, the sound shifted, growing louder and more aggressive. It was no longer a melody, but a cacophony of notes, each one dissonant, each one layered upon the last. The vibrations shook my very core, and I felt a sudden, visceral understanding of what was happening. These were not just notes. They were entities, beings, thoughts in the form of sound. The music had become a language, one I couldn't fully comprehend, but I could feel it trying to communicate. It was speaking to me, pulling at the threads of my consciousness, inviting me to understand it. The tape machine began to move on its own, the reels spinning faster, the tape winding and unwinding at an unnatural speed. The recording light blinked erratically, flickering as though it were struggling to keep up with the intensity of the sound. The entities were amplifying their presence, pushing the limits of what the equipment could capture. I heard a voice then, a low, resonant hum, deep and resonating within me. It wasn't a voice I could hear with my ears, but rather, it filled my mind, reverberating through the sound waves themselves. The voice was not human, but it spoke with clarity. "You are listening." The words felt like a physical force, pressing into my consciousness, and I instinctively recoiled. But there was nowhere to hide. The music, the sound, the entities, they were inescapable. My breath came in shallow gasps as the hum grew louder, the vibration intensifying. I knew then that the music was not something I could control. It was something much older, much more powerful, and it was using me as a conduit. My recordings, my compositions, they were merely tools, raw material to be reshaped into something unrecognizable. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it did no good. The sound was inside me, it was everywhere. And as the voice continued to speak, I felt something shift in my perception, something unexplainable, as if a door had opened in my mind. A strange clarity came over me, and for the first time, I understood what the entities wanted. They weren't just creating music. They were using it to communicate, to reach across dimensions, to bridge worlds. And they had chosen me to be their listener, their intermediary. My music, my equipment, it was all part of the gateway they were forming, a way for them to reach into this world, to manifest, to become real. The realization struck me like a blow to the chest. I wasn't just recording music. I was summoning something. A sharp, discordant shriek shattered the air, and the lights flickered. I looked at the screen of my recorder, and for a fleeting moment, the numbers flashed, 3:17 a.m., the same time the piano notes had first disturbed my sleep. It was as though time itself had folded, repeating the same moment over and over again. I turned toward the door, but before I could reach it, the walls of the room seemed to warp, bending inwards with the force of the sound. The room shrank, the shadows closed in around me, and I realized, truly understood, that there was no escape. The music was all there was. The sound was everything. And it was pulling me in. The subtle changes I made were deliberate, a calculated risk. I adjusted the positioning of microphones, rewired certain channels, and tweaked the EQ settings, all in an attempt to disrupt the flow of the composition. I hoped that by distorting the frequencies, I could break the connection between them and the physical world. The entities had already shown their power, they were pulling the strings, using my equipment to weave their reality-shifting music. But tonight, I would attempt to regain control. I sat back, watching the meters on the console as the room began to hum with anticipation. The music was building again, layers of sound folding over each other, their discordant harmonies spiraling into a crescendo. The air in the room became thick with energy, vibrating with a force that I could feel deep in my chest. Then, it happened. A low, guttural sound reverberated through the walls, a deep, primal tone that made the air around me tremble. It was as if the room itself was alive, reacting to the music, breathing in time with the melody. I could feel the entities surrounding me, their presence pressing in from all sides. But this time, something was different. There was a crackling tension, an awareness that I had changed something. I had disturbed the delicate balance they had so carefully constructed. The music grew louder, more chaotic, as the entities tried to reassert control. I could hear their frustration in the wavering notes, in the dissonant clashes that seemed to ripple through the air like thunder. The rhythmic patterns, which had once been so deliberate, now felt jagged and unpredictable, as if the fabric of the composition was unraveling. The walls began to pulse with the sound, vibrating violently, and I could feel the temperature drop once more. My breath came in shallow gasps as the room seemed to shrink, the edges of my vision blurring. Then, a piercing shriek tore through the air, a sound so sharp and high-pitched that it felt like it was cutting through my very mind. I recoiled, clutching my ears, but the sound didn't stop. It only grew louder, more intense. The room around me began to distort, the walls warping and bending, as if reality itself was collapsing under the weight of the music. My vision fragmented, and for a moment, I was no longer sure if I was still in the same place. The space seemed to shift, folding in on itself, as if I were caught between dimensions. The entities screamed through the speakers, their voices now distorted, twisted beyond recognition. "You cannot stop us," they echoed, the words layered with an unnatural, resonant power. "We are everywhere. We have always been here." The sound became unbearable, an overwhelming force that threatened to consume everything in its path. The air crackled with energy, and I could feel the room vibrating, becoming more and more unstable with every passing second. Panic surged through me. I reached for the power switch on the console, desperate to turn it all off, to sever the connection. But before I could, the power flickered, and the lights went out completely. The red recording light on the tape machine continued to glow in the darkness, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. The music was still playing, louder now, vibrating the very walls. It was no longer a sound, it was a presence, a force that surrounded me, infiltrating my mind and soul. I felt myself losing control. My thoughts were slipping away, swallowed by the rhythm, the tone, the vibrations that filled every corner of the room. The entities were not just using the music anymore. They were becoming the music, and they were pulling me into it. I could no longer tell where the sound ended and where I began. My body seemed to dissolve into the vibrations, the frequencies, and I could feel myself being stretched across time and space, torn between worlds. In the midst of the chaos, I heard a faint voice, a whisper that seemed to come from deep within the music itself. "Join us." It wasn't a command anymore, but a plea, a pull that I couldn't resist. I felt myself falling, the boundaries of my existence blurring as I was drawn deeper into the sound. The room dissolved around me, the walls, the equipment, everything faded into the hum of the music. I was no longer a person, I was a note, a frequency, part of the composition. And then, just as I felt myself slipping away completely, the music stopped. Silence. But it wasn't the silence I had hoped for. It was thick and suffocating, like a void that had swallowed all sound. I opened my eyes, but the room was gone. There was no studio, no walls, no equipment. Only endless, pulsing darkness. I could feel the entities, still with me, still present in the sound. I was lost, floating in the space between notes, between dimensions. And I realized, with growing horror, that I had become part of their world. The music had not just been a doorway, it had been the key. The realization hit me with crushing force. I wasn't merely a passive observer anymore. I was no longer a part of the physical world I had once known. The music, this chaotic, consuming force, had become my new reality. The entities, those intangible, vibration-born beings, were not merely using sound to communicate with me. No, they were using me as their conduit, pulling me into their realm, weaving me into the very fabric of the sound they had created. The darkness around me was not empty. It was alive, vibrating with the frequencies of 1,000 voices that I couldn't quite hear but could feel in every fiber of my being. The pulsing darkness seemed to move, like waves in the ocean, rising and falling in time with the music. I could feel it pulling at me, tugging me deeper into the space between notes, where reality fractured and time no longer held meaning. The void pressed in on all sides, but within it, I felt a strange calm, a strange sense of acceptance. The music, the sound, was everything now. It wasn't just the medium, it was the world itself, the very essence of existence. I was no longer a creator, no longer a technician capturing audio. I was part of it, an instrument in their cosmic orchestra. And as I floated within this endless void, I realized that I had crossed a boundary that couldn't be undone. The voices, those distorted, inhuman whispers, flooded my mind once more, not speaking to me with words but through the vibrations in the dark. They weren't trying to speak to me anymore. They were becoming me, reshaping my thoughts and consciousness, folding me into the music itself. I could no longer differentiate where their presence ended and mine began. We were merging, becoming one. Then, as the hum of the music intensified, the silence shattered. The darkness around me twisted, fractured, and for the first time in what felt like eternity, I saw something, a flash of light, a fragment of a familiar world. It was fleeting, like a distant memory, but it was there. A window into my past life, a glimpse of the studio I had once inhabited, the walls, the equipment, the sense of purpose I had once known. But that reality faded almost immediately, dissolving back into the overwhelming void. And I realized with horror that what I had seen wasn't a simple memory. It was a reflection of the other world, the world I had once inhabited, now distorted, now fractured by the music's influence. It was slipping away, becoming a mere shadow, a warped version of itself. And I was being dragged further from it. The entities whispered again, not as a voice, but as an echo within the vibrations. You are here now. You belong. The words didn't come from outside of me, they came from within, resonating in the very cells of my body, a part of the frequency, a part of the sound. And then, without warning, the music began to shift, growing more harmonious, more melodic, eerily beautiful, almost like a lullaby. I could feel it soothing my mind, even as the very fabric of my reality unraveled around me. The dissonance that had once filled the air now became a thread, weaving into a strange, perfect pattern. As the music enveloped me, I realized that I was no longer just listening. I was becoming the music, a note in a cosmic melody that stretched across time and space. And with this realization, I felt my last connection to the physical world slip away entirely. The familiar fear, the panic, the urge to escape, all of it dissolved into the sound. I had become a part of something far greater, something ancient and eternal. And there was no turning back. The music had claimed me. I had crossed a threshold, and there would be no return. In this new existence, I was no longer a person. I was part of the composition, a vibration, a frequency, a timeless element in a world where sound was reality. And as I dissolved into the endless melody, I understood that this was not just a transformation. It was the fulfillment of a purpose, one that had been waiting long before I had ever stepped into that forsaken house. The music was the doorway, and now, I had become the key. I turn on the television, the radio, the fan, anything to fill the space with sound. The hum of the appliances, the flicker of static, it's a strange kind of comfort. The silence, when it grows too deep, brings with it a weight I can't ignore, an echo of the music, the vibrations, that still cling to me. They never really leave. The entities, their frequency, the strange resonance of their world, it's always there, lingering just beyond the edges of my consciousness. The nights have become harder to bear. The memories of the house, of the way reality seemed to warp and fold under the influence of the music, still haunt me. I can't escape the feeling that I'm being watched, listened to, even now. I hear faint whispers in the static, fleeting sounds that make the hairs on the back of my neck rise. And sometimes, when I'm truly alone, I hear something else. A distant hum, a vibration that matches the sound of the music we created. It starts as a subtle shift in the air, then grows, growing closer, until it fills the room. It's never quite there, but it's always present, hanging just out of reach. The few times I've tried to speak about it, I see the looks in people's eyes, the disbelief, the concern. They think I've lost my mind, and maybe they're right. Who could understand the madness of what I experienced? How could anyone grasp the feeling of being pulled through dimensions by sound itself, of becoming part of a composition so powerful that it consumes everything in its path? I know now that the music wasn't just a creation. It was a force, an entity in its own right, capable of altering reality. It wasn't just the entities that manipulated the space, they were using the music itself to shape the world. They had learned to communicate through it, to manipulate the very fabric of existence. And they had made me a part of that composition. But I can't escape it. Every night, the sounds grow louder, more insistent. I turn on the radio, I listen to podcasts, I drown myself in the mundane noise of the world, but nothing can drown out the music. Sometimes, I wonder if I've been marked. If the frequencies we created are now etched into my very being, forever tethering me to the music, to the entities, to that world. There are times, rare moments, when I think about returning. The house. The tapes. The power that we had unlocked. But I know better now. Whatever we opened, whatever door we created with those recordings, it's not something that can be closed again. The music, the frequencies, it's a doorway that can't be undone, a force that has already woven itself into the fabric of reality. On quiet nights, when the silence is unbearable, I sometimes wonder what would happen if someone else found the tapes. If they were played again, would the music begin anew? Would the entities return? Would the door open once more? But then I turn up the volume on the television, let the hum of the city fill my apartment, and push those thoughts away. For now, I hold on to the noise. I focus on the rhythms, the randomness. I hold on to the illusion of control. But deep down, I know the truth. The music is never truly gone. And I know, one day, I will hear it again. It was easy enough to dismiss. But the unsettling feeling lingered. As the days passed, I couldn't shake the sensation that something was subtly shifting in the kitchen, an energy, an awareness that seemed to seep into the very air. I told myself it was just fatigue, the pressure of fine dining and the relentless demands of Chef Morrow. But that's not where it ended. It was the next evening, a particularly busy service, when I experienced the first real manifestation of whatever was present in the kitchen. I was plating an order for a table of 4, focused on getting the balance of flavors just right when I felt a sharp pain in my wrist. At first, I thought I had twisted it while reaching for an ingredient, but when I looked down, I saw something else. My hand, my own hand, was moving independently, slicing through the delicate fish fillets as though guided by a force outside of my own control. The motion was precise, graceful even, like an expert at work. I froze, unable to react. I could feel my own mind racing, trying to assert control over the movement of my body, but it was like trying to stop a machine in full motion. The knife moved as if it had a mind of its own, cutting and presenting the dish with an expertise I had never been able to master. When the task was completed, I stood there, staring at the perfectly plated dish, my pulse quickening. I hadn't done that. I couldn't have. My skills weren't at that level. I didn't know what to make of it. But I knew something was happening, something that was beyond my understanding. The sensation of being watched grew stronger with each passing day. It was as if the kitchen itself, the building itself, was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake, to acknowledge the strange presence. But the food that I was now creating, with abilities that weren't mine, became undeniable. Every dish, every preparation, seemed to be infused with flavors, textures, and notes that felt foreign yet oddly familiar, like a memory buried deep within me that had suddenly resurfaced. The next night, as I worked late once again, Chef Morrow had been particularly difficult that day, pushing me to perfect a dessert. Something shifted. The temperature dropped again, a chill that cut through my uniform, and the lights flickered. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see the shadow of someone else in the kitchen, but there was nothing. No one. But the air was thick with something. I turned back to my station, where I had started preparing the caramelized pears. I was about to adjust the burner when I heard a soft whisper. "Finish it." The voice was low, almost imperceptible, as if it was coming from within the walls themselves. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze. The room was empty. Yet the whisper came again, clearer now, reverberating through the steel of the countertops and the walls, as if the kitchen itself had spoken. "Finish it. You are close." I didn't understand. My hands, once again, moved with precision. I added the perfect balance of citrus zest and herbs, finishing the pear dessert exactly as it should have been, but with a grace that wasn't mine. As I plated the dish, I saw my reflection once more in the polished stainless steel, a fleeting image of myself standing still, but the hands in the reflection were doing more, moving with speed and exactness that I hadn't learned. The dish was exquisite, flawlessly executed. And yet, there was a part of me that recoiled at the realization that this creation wasn't entirely mine. Something else had guided my movements, something beyond my own knowledge or capability. But the question that gnawed at me most was, why? I couldn't escape the thought that whatever had been happening in the kitchen, whatever was subtly shaping my cooking, controlling my hands, wasn't just some strange force. It was something much older, embedded in the bones of the building, in the history of the place. Perhaps it had been there for decades, for centuries, lurking in the walls, waiting for the right person to unlock it. By the time I finished my shift, I was drained. Exhausted, not just physically, but mentally. I'd crossed a line that I couldn't return from. I couldn't explain it away anymore. The whispers. The shifting knives. The food, evolving beyond my capabilities. The sensation of being watched, controlled by something unseen. But the next morning, when I came back to prep for another service, something had changed. The knives were perfectly arranged, the counters wiped clean. The kitchen was pristine, as if the night before hadn't happened at all. Chef Morrow barely looked up from his work as he muttered a few commands. But I felt it again, the energy, the presence, humming beneath the surface, waiting, watching. I had no choice but to continue. The food I was making was becoming too good to stop. Every plate I sent out had an almost magical quality. Customers were enchanted, awestruck by the flavors that danced on their palates. I could see the pride in Chef Morrow's eyes, but I also saw something else. A knowing. As if he understood exactly what was happening to me, what the building was trying to do. I knew, in my gut, that I couldn't leave. Something had connected me to that kitchen, to the spirit that lived within its walls. And as much as I feared it, I was drawn to it, compelled by something I couldn't name, something I couldn't resist. The kitchen, that old building, was alive with a kind of hunger. And now, I was part of it. The figures in the dream were a blur of motion, their forms shifting in and out of focus. They circled me like hungry wolves, their eyes glowing with an unspoken desire, but their faces were obscured by the shadows. As I cooked, my hands moved faster, more skillfully, as if guided by an invisible force. The strange foods I prepared, meats and vegetables I had never seen, ingredients that didn't belong in any kitchen I knew, seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, as if they were alive. But there was something darker in the dream. Something unsettling. The air grew thick with the smell of burning herbs and spices, the heat from the oven becoming unbearable. The shadowy figures leaned closer, their eyes locked on every movement of my hands. Their hunger was palpable, almost suffocating. I could feel their presence pressing in on me, urging me to continue. And then, without warning, the dream shifted. The kitchen around me began to distort, the walls warping and bending in unnatural ways. The space seemed to stretch and contract, as if the room itself were breathing. The figures no longer waited in the shadows, they stepped forward, their forms solidifying. They were no longer mere observers, they were consuming me, merging with my every movement, my every thought. The utensils in my hands felt heavier, as if they were made of solid stone, each movement a struggle to control. In the final moments of the dream, I reached for a knife, its blade gleaming in the dim light. But as my fingers closed around it, I realized that it wasn't the knife I thought it was. It was twisted, bent out of shape, like something from another world, its edge dark and unholy. And then, the shadowy figures lunged, their mouths open, their teeth sharp and dripping with a hunger that was not of this earth. They wanted me, wanted what I had become. I was no longer just a cook, I was a vessel, a means to an end, a conduit for something darker than I could understand. I awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. The kitchen felt impossibly close, as if I hadn't left it at all. I could still smell the spices in the air, the pungent, unfamiliar herbs that had filled my dreams. And I knew that the kitchen was still there, waiting for me. The next morning, I returned to work, though the unease clung to me like a second skin. Chef Morrow seemed distant, even more withdrawn than before. His obsession with the sauce had deepened, and he spoke of it as though it were more than just a recipe, more than just food. He mentioned things I couldn't follow, phrases that sounded like ancient incantations. "The kitchen has always been a vessel," he said one morning, his voice low and gravelly. "But now, it is the source. The food, the flavor, it's a gateway, a passage." I stared at him, confused. "A gateway to what?" I asked. He looked at me, his eyes wide with something unrecognizable. "To them. To the hunger. The history. You've been touched by it, you must feel it. The kitchen calls to you." I didn't understand what he meant, but as the days passed, the line between my dreams and waking life began to blur. Every night, I found myself back in that kitchen, my hands moving with precision I couldn't comprehend. The hunger of those shadowy figures haunted me, and I began to realize that whatever I had unleashed, it wasn't just about cooking anymore. It was about something much darker, something that had been waiting in the kitchen, in the walls, in the food itself. Something that had been calling to me. And I had answered. I began to wonder if there was a way to stop it, to put an end to the madness that had overtaken me. But Chef Morrow's obsession with the sauce deepened. The restaurant was thriving, its reputation growing, but so too did the strange occurrences. The mirrors in the kitchen would fog up, revealing fleeting glimpses of shapes standing just beyond the reflection. Knives would move on their own, dishes would prepare themselves, the flavors becoming more complex, more intoxicating. But it was no longer about food. It was about control. Control over me, over the kitchen, over reality itself. That night, as I stirred another sauce, I realized something that chilled me to my core. I wasn't just cooking anymore. I was feeding something. The hunger, the desire, it was no longer an abstract thing, it was a living, breathing presence that fed on what we created. And it was growing stronger. The kitchen was no longer a place of work, it was a temple. A temple to a force that had waited centuries for someone to open the door, for someone to give it form. And I had become the offering. My breath caught in my throat as I stood at the top of the stairs, staring down into the void below. The scent that rose from the trap door was thick and suffocating, a blend of decay and something far more primal. It clawed at the back of my mind, urging me to turn back, to leave this place behind. But something inside me, something darker, refused to let me walk away. The light from my flashlight flickered as I took the first tentative step down the stone staircase. The air grew colder with each descent, and the walls seemed to close in around me, the stone damp with the weight of centuries. The further I went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, until it felt as though the very darkness was alive, pressing against my skin, seeping into my bones. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a vast, low-ceilinged room. The ground was uneven, scattered with remnants of what once must have been a bustling space. Old wooden shelves, now rotting, lined the walls, their surfaces covered in dust and cobwebs. But it was the far wall that drew my attention. Carved into the stone, etched in ancient symbols, were markings, intricate, twisted patterns that seemed to shift as I stared at them, pulling my gaze deeper into their labyrinthine design. The symbols were familiar in a way that unsettled me. They were similar to the ones I had seen in my research, tied to rituals of power, consumption, and forbidden knowledge. I felt an overwhelming compulsion to approach, as if the symbols were calling to me, urging me to come closer. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me across the cold floor toward the wall. My flashlight's beam wavered, as though something in the room was distorting the light. When I reached the wall, I touched the symbols, and an electric shock ran through my body, jolting me back. My heart raced as I stumbled, nearly falling, but the pain was brief, a sharp reminder of how dangerously close I was to something beyond my understanding. As I regained my balance, my eyes darted around the room, and that's when I saw it, an altar. At the center of the room, it stood stark against the decaying surroundings, a stone structure that had been long abandoned, yet still radiated an unsettling energy. It was covered in deep scratches and stains, some dark, others reddish-brown, markings of rituals that had long since ceased but never forgotten. I took a deep breath, knowing I should leave, but curiosity pushed me forward. I stepped toward the altar, my legs heavy as though the air itself was trying to hold me in place. And then, I saw it, a series of large stone jars lined up on the floor beside the altar. Each one was sealed tightly, and though they appeared ancient, they were strangely well preserved. A faint sound, a rustling almost, seemed to emanate from within them, as if something was shifting, something alive. The noise sent a chill crawling down my spine. Unable to resist, I knelt down to examine one of the jars more closely. As my fingers brushed against the cool stone, I heard a low, muffled voice. It wasn't the kind of voice one hears with ears, but a voice that seemed to reverberate deep in my chest, in my very bones. "Release us." I recoiled, my breath caught in my throat, but my body stayed rooted in place. The voice wasn't human, it was ancient, filled with hunger, desperation, and something more sinister. The air grew thick, charged with an energy I couldn't comprehend, and the jars seemed to pulse with life, as though they were waiting for something, or someone, to open them. Panic surged within me. I stood abruptly, my heart pounding in my chest, and for the first time, I felt the weight of the kitchen's history pressing in on me. The food, the strange flavors, the customers who came back again and again, their eyes wide with that insatiable hunger, it was all connected. The kitchen wasn't just a place of cooking, it was a place of feeding, of ritual, of something far older than I had ever imagined. I backed away from the jars, my mind racing, my hands trembling as I tried to gather myself. But I could feel it, the presence, the hunger, closing in on me. It wasn't just the kitchen that had been changed. It was me. I had been drawn into this, had been part of it, without even realizing the full extent of what I was unleashing. The voice echoed again, this time louder, more forceful, and I knew it was calling to me, urging me to open the jars, to give in. I ran, my footsteps heavy, echoing through the stone chamber as I bolted back up the stairs. My flashlight flickered, casting long shadows against the walls as I reached the trap door and pulled it open with shaking hands. I emerged into the cold night air, gasping for breath, my mind swirling with the revelation that had shattered my understanding of everything I thought I knew. The building, the kitchen, the altar in the basement, it wasn't just a place. It was a living, breathing thing, feeding on desire, on hunger, on the very act of creation. And now, I was a part of it. As I closed the trap door behind me, the whispers in my mind quieted, but they didn't stop. They were still there, lingering at the edges of my consciousness, waiting, always waiting for the next offering. I knew now that I could never leave. The kitchen had claimed me. And no matter how far I ran, it would always pull me back, because I had tasted its hunger, and it had tasted mine. That night, as I sat in my apartment, the walls of the restaurant seemed to pulse with a life of their own. My mind kept returning to the kitchen, to the murals on the walls of that subterranean chamber, those faded depictions of human flesh being prepared as part of some grotesque feast. The air in my apartment felt too still, too quiet. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was waiting just outside my door. I stood up abruptly, pacing the small room, trying to clear my mind, but the images persisted. The ancient chef's eyes, filled with that dreadful knowing, haunted me. The way his reflection had moved with such expertise, such precision, like a phantom, not bound by the limitations of human skill. It wasn't me in the mirror anymore. It was him. And what's worse, it had felt familiar, as though that chef had always been there, lurking in my own reflection, waiting for the right moment to step through. My thoughts circled back to the cooking surface in that chamber. The stone platform, worn and stained by time, was designed for something more than simple food preparation. The channels carved into the surface, the drains that carried away the fluids, those weren't just for oils or juices. They were for something far darker. The human ingredients, the twisted dishes prepared for some sacrificial feast. I couldn't ignore the sickening possibility that those dishes had once been a part of me, too. And that's when it hit me. My cooking, my ability to prepare food that captivated the very essence of those who ate it, wasn't my achievement. It was theirs. The spirits of those long-dead chefs, their memories locked away in that chamber, had somehow latched onto me, taken hold of my very hands, guiding my movements. They weren't teaching me the art of cuisine, they were using me as their vessel, as a tool to recreate what they had once done. The terrifying truth settled in my chest like a weight. I had become part of their ritual, an unwilling participant in something far older than I could comprehend. Every dish I prepared, every flavor that danced on the plates, was a step closer to resurrecting their cannibalistic practices. And the more I created, the more their influence grew, shaping my every movement, every decision, until there was no clear line between me and them. I grabbed my phone, trembling, and called Chef Morrow. But he didn't answer. I tried again, and this time he picked up, his voice strained, almost hollow. "What happened last night?" I asked, my voice shaking. There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by a soft exhale. "You felt it, didn't you?" "The hunger," he replied, his voice a whisper. "It's been growing, hasn't it?" I gripped the phone tighter, my pulse racing. "What are you talking about?" "The restaurant, the kitchen," he said slowly. "It was built on something ancient. I thought I could control it, use it for the art of cooking, but it's been using us. It never leaves, you know." "Not really. The spirits of the chefs, the rituals, they're still here, waiting for the right moment to return." The word sent a cold shiver down my spine. "What are we supposed to do?" "We need to finish it," Morrow said, his tone flat, resigned. "The only way to stop it, is to finish what they started. The altar, the cooking, the rituals, it must be completed. We must bring the feast to its final conclusion." I felt the world tilt beneath me. "What do you mean, complete it?" "It's the only way to break free," he said, almost mechanically. "The kitchen calls to us. We can't escape it. But if we complete the feast, if we honor the spirits, maybe then it will be satisfied." I hung up the phone, my mind racing, spinning out of control. What had I become? What had I allowed myself to be pulled into? The kitchen was no longer just a place of work, it was a conduit, a living, breathing entity, hungry for something more. Something that I couldn't walk away from, no matter how desperately I wanted to. The thought gnawed at me. The spirits of the ancient chefs had already claimed me. The hunger that had started as a subtle influence was now a demand, an insatiable need that I couldn't ignore. I felt their presence with every breath, every step, every plate that left my hands. And somehow, deep down, I knew that it was only a matter of time before I, too, would be consumed. That night, I returned to the restaurant, my feet heavy with dread. I couldn't resist it anymore. The kitchen called, and I was powerless to stop myself. As I walked through the front door, the air seemed to hum with anticipation. The scent of spices, of something primal, filled the space. In the kitchen, everything was as it had always been, but it felt different. The walls seemed to breathe, the shadows deeper, more alive. The altar in the basement, the stone cooking surface, was calling to me. The spirits were waiting, watching. And I was about to serve them what they had been craving all along. The feast would begin. The ritual would be completed. And then, only then, would the kitchen, and its hunger, be satisfied. At least, I hoped. The words hit me like a cold wave, a sense of dread creeping up my spine. Sophisticated fare. I knew exactly what that meant. Every time I added a new dish to the menu here, I felt the pull, the craving for something more, a deeper level of flavor, a richness that went beyond simple sustenance. I could feel the same hunger, the same insatiable thirst for perfection, that had overtaken me in New Orleans. I could taste it on the tip of my tongue, even as I worked with the simplest ingredients. I couldn't escape it. It was in me. The temptation was always there, like a whisper in the back of my mind, calling me toward the forbidden. The chef's hands, the hands that had once been mine, now moved with strange expertise, no longer needing guidance. The flicker of an ancient recipe passed through my thoughts, and before I knew it, I had added a touch of spice to a dish that didn't belong. Something that had no place in a roadside diner, yet somehow made the dish transcend. I could feel the customers watching me, as though they sensed the change, too. The moment the food was served, their eyes would light up with that same desperate gleam I had once seen in those New Orleans patrons. The same hunger. At night, when I lay in bed, my reflection would follow me, flickering in the shadows of my mind. In the windows of the diner, I would catch glimpses of that man in the chef's whites, his eyes dark with secrets, watching from the chrome, waiting for the right moment. It wasn't me anymore. It couldn't be. The mirror would show me my face, but it wasn't the same face that had first walked into that cursed kitchen. It had been shaped, sculpted by something ancient, by the forces I had willingly, no, unwittingly, opened myself to. I tried to push it away, to focus on the simplicity of diner food. But every time I caught myself working, I felt those hands, those other hands, guide my movements. I would lose myself in the rhythm of cooking, in the pull of the flavors, and I would feel it again, that taste of more. The pressure to do better, to go further. And it wasn't just the cooking. It was the way the building seemed to hum with energy, the air thick with anticipation. The way my shadow would stretch unnaturally against the walls, lingering just a moment too long before it faded. The feeling that I was never truly alone. I tried to leave before, to escape the pull of that kitchen, but it had followed me. This thing, this hunger, had found its way into me, woven into the very fabric of my being. It wasn't just the restaurant or the altar, it was in the food, in the preparation, in the act of creation itself. And the more I cooked, the more I fed it, the more it fed on me. I thought I had escaped by running, by getting as far away from New Orleans as I could. But the influence had already seeped in. The addiction had already taken hold. The hunger, the need to perfect, to reach beyond what was humanly possible, it had become my own. The diner owner's words lingered in my mind. Sophisticated fare. The temptation to transform this place into something more, to bring in the flavors and techniques that had once plagued me, was almost irresistible. I could feel the dark pull in the pit of my stomach, the call to push further, to cross the line again. But this time, I'm determined to resist. Or so I tell myself. Yet, when I glance at the reflection in the chrome, I know it's only a matter of time before I give in again. Because the hunger is still there, buried deep beneath the surface, and it's waiting for the right moment to take control. I can feel it, the dark promise of the kitchen, the allure of that otherworldly flavor, calling to me. And I know, deep down, that sooner or later, I'll answer. But when I turned, there was nothing. Just the endless expanse of the mountainside stretching out before me, the rocks and scrubby grass swaying in the wind. Still, the feeling persisted, an uncomfortable, crawling sensation across my skin. I quickened my pace, trying to focus on the landscape, but the air seemed heavier, thicker, the shadows longer than they should have been. I dismissed it again, telling myself it was just the altitude playing tricks on me. That night, as I sat reviewing my photos, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just the photo from the previous day with the smudge, but a growing sense of unease that permeated everything around me. My eyes kept drifting to the window, to the dark silhouette of the mountains looming in the distance. I glanced at the digital display of my camera, flipping through the day's shots. When I reached a particular one, the one where I had turned suddenly in the wilderness, I froze. There, in the background, clearer this time, was a figure. A dark, indistinct shape that seemed to blend into the rocks, its outline barely visible, yet undeniably human. My heart thudded in my chest. I zoomed in, but as I did, the figure seemed to shift, to fade, to warp like smoke caught in the wind. The longer I stared, the more unsettling it became. It wasn't a processing error. It was something else. Something alive. I rubbed my eyes, convinced it was just fatigue or the altitude playing tricks on my mind. But when I looked again, it was still there, waiting, watching me. The next morning, I tried to shake the feeling. I packed my camera gear and headed out again, determined to finish my work, to get the shot I came for. But this time, as I walked the familiar path toward the eastern trail, I noticed something that hadn't been there before: footprints. They were fresh, barely disturbed, leading off the path and into the rocks, where the trail disappeared into a narrow ravine. The footprints were too large to belong to a villager, too deep for the light step of an animal. They were human, but distorted in some way, as if whoever made them didn't quite walk the way normal people did. My heart raced, and I hesitated. I had heard the rumors, the villagers, their hushed warnings, the things that shouldn't be spoken aloud. I dismissed them as superstitions, folklore to scare off outsiders. But now, standing at the edge of that ravine, I wasn't so sure. The air was thick with tension, and the temperature seemed to drop as I stared into the deepening shadows of the rocks. The feeling of being watched was suffocating, almost unbearable. I should have turned back. I knew it. But the pull, the curiosity, it was too strong. I followed the footprints, despite every instinct screaming at me to stop. The deeper I ventured into the ravine, the quieter it became. The usual sounds of the wilderness, the rustling of wind through the trees, the calls of birds in the distance, faded away, replaced by an eerie stillness. It was as if the very air itself had become heavier, the atmosphere charged with something I couldn't name. At the end of the ravine, the trail ended abruptly, and I found myself standing before an old stone structure, half hidden by the overgrowth. It was an ancient ruin, crumbling with age, yet the air around it felt alive, charged with an unsettling energy. The stones, moss-covered and weathered, seemed to pulse, almost like a heartbeat. I stepped closer, drawn by the pull of something deep within me. As I reached out to touch the stone, I heard it. A whisper, faint at first, then growing louder, surrounding me. The words were not in any language I knew, but they were unmistakable. The voice was ancient, its tone low, guttural, and it carried with it a promise, a warning. Leave this place. Leave it, or become one of us. The words echoed in my mind long after the voice had stopped, reverberating through the stones and the air. My heart raced, and I stumbled backward, my eyes darting around the ruin. The feeling of being watched, not from behind, but from within the very stones, was overwhelming. I turned and ran. I didn't look back, but I could feel the presence chasing me, pressing in from all sides. The shadows seemed to move with me, bending in unnatural ways. My feet hit the ground harder, faster, the path ahead unclear, a blur of rocks and trees as I pushed myself harder, my breath ragged in my chest. But no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that something, someone, was right behind me. When I finally burst out of the ravine, the world seemed to return to its normal pace. The wind was in the trees again, birds sang overhead, and the village appeared in the distance, bathed in the warm sunlight. But it wasn't the same. Something inside me had changed. The weight, the oppressive silence, the whispers, they hadn't left. They were still there, crawling at the edges of my mind. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure again, the dark shape, indistinct but ever present, standing in the rocks, waiting for me to return. And every time I blinked, I felt it closer, that terrible, suffocating presence. I knew it wasn't just a figure anymore. It was something alive, something ancient, something tied to that place in the mountains, a presence that would never leave me. I had crossed a line that day. And the trail I had followed was no longer just a path through the mountains. It was a gateway, one that had opened within me, and one I might never escape. The sight of the spiral on my wrist made my stomach lurch. It was faint, almost translucent in the daylight, but unmistakable. My fingers trembled as I traced the pattern, feeling the strange heat beneath my skin. It was as though the mark had been etched into my flesh from the inside out, as if it had always been there, waiting for the right moment to emerge. I didn't know what to do. My rational mind screamed at me to leave immediately, to pack my things and run, to get as far away from this village and the cursed trail as possible. But another part of me, a darker, insistent part, urged me to stay. The presence, the pull of the trail, it was growing stronger by the minute. It was as if the mountain itself was calling to me, demanding that I finish what had been started centuries ago. I tried to distract myself for a while, drinking more coca tea, forcing myself to focus on my photography. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The villagers no longer smiled or greeted me when I passed them. Their eyes lingered, full of quiet understanding, as if they knew something I didn't. They whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances in my direction whenever I ventured too close to the eastern trail. I found myself avoiding them, retreating into the small hostel, where I tried to tell myself I was just exhausted, overworked, that I was imagining things. But every night, the dreams came. Each one more vivid, more insistent. The shaman's voice, raspy and ancient, echoed in my ears, urging me to finish the ritual. His image grew clearer with each passing night, and the spiral on his palm became more intricate, more alive. It seemed to pulse with energy, drawing me toward it. I woke up one morning to find the spiral had deepened overnight. It now spiraled in on itself, a black line of ink-like color that marred the smoothness of my skin. The sensation was undeniable. The mark was no longer just a symbol, it was a presence. It burned when I touched it, as though the ritual was in motion, completing itself, with or without my consent. I couldn't escape it. The mountain was in me now. The spirit of the shaman, trapped between worlds, had begun to take root in my body, in my soul. His power was seeping into me, flooding my senses, sharpening my vision, and heightening my awareness. I began to understand things I hadn't before, the symbols, the energy of the land, the forgotten rites that had once protected his people. My camera, too, seemed to take on a strange power. Every photograph I took now captured more than just the landscape. There was something else in the frames, an aura, an essence, a shifting shadow that could not be explained. The figure in my photos grew more defined, more present. It no longer appeared as an afterthought in the background, it was now central to every image, its eyes always fixed on me. The villagers, when they saw me, no longer looked at me with fear. They looked at me with reverence. I could see the old women whispering, their eyes following my every step. I knew they had seen the mark on my wrist, and they knew what it meant. They had been waiting for someone to finish what had been started. And I had become that someone. That night, as I sat in my room, the whispers grew louder. I could hear them even above the wind outside, the voices of the ancestors, the shaman's spirit calling to me. It wasn't a request, it was a demand. He needed me to come to the mountain, to complete the ritual. The spiral on my wrist burned hotter, and I could feel the energy of the land rising beneath me, pulling me toward the eastern trail. I knew I had no choice but to go. The ritual was already beginning, whether I wanted it or not. I was its instrument now. And no matter how far I tried to run, the mountain would always call me back. As I gathered my camera gear, preparing to follow the trail once more, I felt the air grow colder, heavier with expectation. The shaman's spirit was with me, guiding my every step, showing me the path. I wasn't walking alone anymore. The presence of the mountain, the power of the spirits, was in me, and it would not be denied. The moment I stepped onto the eastern trail again, I knew this was the point of no return. I could feel the mountain watching, waiting for me to fulfill the ancient promise. I had become a part of it now, a vessel for its power, a link between the past and the present. The ritual would be completed, and the shaman's spirit would finally be freed. The sun dipped behind the peaks as I ascended, casting long shadows across the rocky path. The whispering wind in the trees seemed to hum with a rhythm, and in my mind's eye, I saw the spirals, endless, twisting, turning. The spirits of the land were waking, and I was their chosen one, their conduit to the world of the living. As I reached the plateau where the ancient stones stood, I raised my camera one last time. This time, I would take the final photograph, the image that would complete the ritual. The shaman stood before me, his gnarled hand outstretched, his eyes black as night, the spiral on his palm glowing with an eerie light. And as I clicked the shutter, I felt my soul slip away, becoming part of the mountain, part of the ritual, part of something that would transcend time itself. The path had been set. The spirit of the mountain had found its way home, and I had become its vessel, its bridge, between the worlds. The mountain had claimed me. And now, I was one with it. His voice in the dream was no longer just a whisper. It was powerful, deep, resonating through my very being, as if the words were seeping into the marrow of my bones. I could feel his presence around me, a shadow that filled the dreamscape, his body looming in the distance, his eyes fixed on me with that same hollow intensity. The spiral on my wrist burned as I heard him speak, his words intertwining with the pulse of the mountain. You opened the door when you sought the truth, when you pressed the lens of your camera to the sacred, when you dared to capture what was meant to remain unseen. You sought the story, the image, and in doing so, you gave me the access I needed. I stumbled back, confusion and rage welling inside me. I didn't ask for this, I shouted, but my voice sounded distant, faint, as though even my words were being absorbed by the presence of the mountain. Why me? Why not someone else? Wayara's figure seemed to grow larger, filling the dream like a shadow swallowing the light. His face remained unchanged, etched in time, weathered by centuries of isolation. His smile, twisted with sorrow and hunger, spread across his face. You were chosen because you sought me, he said, his voice vibrating with an ancient power. You were the one who did not turn away. The camera was only the vessel. It was you, your desire, your need to capture what was not meant to be seen, that called me. And now, it is too late. The path is set. His words sliced through me like a blade. I had been complicit all along, drawn into this by my own curiosity, my obsession with capturing the truth of the world, of seeing beyond what was apparent. The camera hadn't just been a tool for photographs, it had become the very thing that had bound me to him, to the mountain, to the ritual. I felt the cold touch of inevitability settle in my chest, a heavy weight pressing down on me. There was no escape. The spiral on my wrist, the markings creeping further up my arm, the foreign memories and strange knowledge, they were no longer just symbols. They were becoming part of me, fusing with my identity, erasing the person I had once been. You are becoming part of the mountain, Wayara continued. Your flesh is merging with its history. The ritual is complete. The only thing left is for you to step fully into the spirit, to take your place among those who walk between worlds. I wanted to scream, to fight, to tear away from this nightmare. But I couldn't. I was this nightmare now. My reflection no longer felt like mine, my movements not my own. The patterns on my skin, the knowledge in my mind, it all belonged to him. To the mountain. To the spirits that had been waiting for someone to finish what had begun so many years ago. I woke suddenly, gasping for air, the weight of the dream still heavy on my chest. The morning sun filtered through the cracks in the stone walls of the old structure where I had camped. I reached up to touch my face, my wrist, the markings now etched deeply into my skin, and felt the familiar hum of the power coursing through me. It was real. All of it. The spiral, the memories, the rituals, they were no longer just a dream. And yet, as I tried to stand, as I struggled to regain control of my limbs, I could feel the pull, the unmistakable draw of the trail once more. My body moved without my consent, my feet carrying me back to the path I had tried so desperately to escape. The mountain's call was unrelenting, its hunger for me undeniable. The figure, Wayara, was waiting ahead, his shadow stretching far across the plateau, his gaze fixed on me. The spiral on my palm burned once more, and for the first time, I understood what he had meant. I had become the vessel, the one to carry the spirit's work to its conclusion. And now, I was part of the mountain's eternal cycle. I was no longer a photographer or a traveler. I was a part of its story, its ritual. I had stepped too far into the forbidden. The trail had been waiting for me, and now, I was its keeper. The camera that had once been my tool was now my prison, the lens through which I saw the world becoming the means by which I would forever be bound to the mountain. As my hands raised the camera once again, I knew what I had to do. The ritual, the story, it would continue. There was no turning back now. The image I would capture next would be the last piece of the puzzle, the final step in my transformation. And with that final click, I would belong to the mountain, forever. I shrugged it off, convinced it was just my eyes playing tricks on me after a long day of work. But the unease lingered. The room felt wrong, somehow, distant, empty, as if the walls had stretched away from me, leaving me alone in the vastness of a place that no longer felt like home. I turned away from the window, the thought of what I had seen gnawing at me. As I tried to focus on the TV, the air in the room seemed to thicken, the light from the lamp casting sharp, unnatural shadows that crawled up the walls. Then I heard it, a faint, nearly imperceptible whisper. I froze, straining to listen, but the words were too soft, too tangled to understand. They seemed to come from all around me, the sound impossible to locate. I shook my head, trying to rid myself of the growing sense of dread. It was just the stress, I told myself. Just the weight of everything that had been happening in my life recently. I had just moved into this apartment, far away from my old life, hoping for a fresh start. But lately, things felt off. Objects misplaced. Shadows in the corner of my vision. Unexplained sounds at night. But this was different. The whisper was not like the usual creaks of a settling apartment. It was deliberate, purposeful, like someone was trying to get my attention. I stood up, my legs unsteady, and walked toward the window, half expecting to find someone standing outside, a neighbor perhaps, or a stranger. But the street was empty, bathed in the pale glow of the streetlights. The trees swayed slightly in the breeze, their branches scratching against the window. No one was there. Yet, the feeling of being watched remained. My eyes wandered across the room, and that's when I noticed it, a small object sitting on the coffee table that hadn't been there before. I approached it cautiously, my breath catching in my throat. It was a photograph, an old one, of a mountain range I immediately recognized. It was the exact same trail I had been photographing weeks ago, the one that had led me into the heart of the Forbidden Village, the one that had changed me. I picked it up, my fingers trembling, and turned it over. On the back, written in faded ink, were words that chilled me to the bone: "You opened the door. You cannot leave." I dropped the photo as if it had burned me. My mind raced, my pulse thumping in my ears. How could this be? How did it get here? I had left everything behind, the trail, the mountain, the curse. I had tried to start over, to forget. But somehow, the past had followed me. The whispers grew louder then, surrounding me, filling the room. I couldn't escape them. They echoed in my skull, merging with my thoughts, turning my mind into a tangled mess of confusion and fear. The words became clear now: "You belong here. You are ours." Panic surged within me. I ran for the door, desperate to flee, but when I grabbed the handle, it wouldn't turn. It was as if the apartment had become a prison, its walls closing in around me. The room felt smaller now, the air heavier. I could feel the presence pressing in on me, suffocating me with its weight. I stumbled backward, my hand grazing the wall, and that's when I saw it, the shadow in the corner. At first, it was just a dark patch, like a stain on the wall. But as I watched, it began to shift, to take form. It was no longer just a shadow. It was a figure, a shape that seemed to move closer with each passing second, its outline growing clearer. I could see the face now, distorted and twisted, like a reflection in water that had been disturbed. It wore a face I recognized, my own. The figure grinned at me, its eyes black pits of void. The smile was wrong, too wide, too knowing. And then it spoke. "You are mine." I couldn't breathe. My vision blurred, my body frozen in terror. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. My reflection in the shadow moved in tandem with me, mirroring every twitch of my muscles, every beat of my heart. It was me, but not me. It had my face, my body, but it was empty, hollow, as if the life had been drained from it. I backed away, my hands reaching for anything to hold on to, but the room had grown darker, and the walls seemed to close in tighter. The figure was closer now, its grin widening, its presence suffocating. It reached out, and I could feel its cold, clammy fingers brushing against my skin, and the last shred of my sanity snapped. I fell to my knees, gasping for air, my mind unraveling, but the figure leaned in close, whispering in my ear. "You opened the door," it said, its voice a terrible mockery of my own. "And now, you will never close it." And in that moment, I realized, just like the ancient trail, the mountains, and the spirits that haunted them, some doors were never meant to be opened. And once they were, there was no turning back. The last thing I saw before everything went black was my own reflection, standing before me with that awful grin, waiting to take over, to claim what had been left behind. It wasn't long before the unease settled deep into my bones, and I began to wonder if I was simply losing my mind. I couldn't explain the gifts, the cryptic notes, or the unsettling sensations that had started to accompany every task I performed at the coffee shop. Each morning, as I unlocked the door, I expected to find something new, another note, another strange offering. The worst part was that it wasn't just the items themselves, it was the feeling that accompanied them. Each note, each gift seemed to carry a presence, a weight that pressed on me, suffocating and familiar, as though someone, or something, was watching my every move. One evening, after closing time, I stayed late to clean up the cafe, hoping that if I just focused on the mundane tasks, it might help me forget the creeping fear. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed longer, more ominous, as the low hum of the refrigerator was the only sound that broke the silence. That's when I saw it. A new note had appeared, sitting neatly on the counter where I normally kept the cash register. I was almost afraid to pick it up, but I had to. The note was longer this time, the words neatly written in black ink. "You didn't think I'd forget, did you? I can see you, always." My stomach turned over. Forget? What did it mean? I hadn't forgotten anything, or had I? I racked my brain, trying to piece together some clue, but nothing came to mind. I hadn't noticed anyone unusual coming in. No one had ever left any signs of strange behavior, yet, here it was, clear as day, a direct message from someone who knew more than they should. I scanned the shop again, my heart pounding. The place felt so much smaller now, more suffocating. The air, thick and stale, seemed to close in around me. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone watching me from behind one of the tables or peering through the dusty windows. But there was no one. The cafe was empty, and the stillness made the place feel alien, unfamiliar. As I began to gather my things, I heard something. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A shuffle of movement behind me. I turned sharply, my breath catching in my throat, but again, there was nothing. Nothing but that damn note. I grabbed my jacket and hurried toward the door, my pulse erratic. As I fumbled with the keys, I felt it again, the sensation that someone was standing just behind me, breathing down my neck. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I looked over my shoulder, but the shop remained empty, the dim lighting casting shadows that made the room feel even more distorted. I had to get out. The next morning, I tried to move past it. It was a bizarre prank, right? Just a weird customer or a sick joke that had gone too far. But the closer I got to opening time, the more unsettled I became. The note had felt real. It had felt personal. No one had admitted to leaving it. And when I looked at the objects that had been left for me, those nails, the clippings, the strange key, it all felt wrong. The pattern that had begun to form was unmistakable. Someone was playing a twisted game with me, a game where I was the unwilling participant, and no matter how hard I tried to convince myself it was a joke, my gut told me otherwise. This wasn't a prank. This was something else. By the time I arrived at work that morning, I felt like I was walking into a trap. Each step across the creaking floorboards felt like I was walking deeper into it. The smell of coffee, usually so comforting, now seemed off, like something decayed was lingering just beneath the surface. The first thing I noticed when I stepped behind the counter was the note. It wasn't on the counter this time, but placed carefully on the espresso machine, as if someone had laid it there with purpose. My hand trembled as I reached for it, knowing that whatever was written would push me closer to the edge. The note read, "I've seen you. I've been waiting for you." I froze, staring at the words, unable to move. The same unease flooded my body, but this time it was accompanied by a sense of recognition, a feeling I couldn't place. How could someone know this much about me? Who had been watching me so closely? How long had they been doing this? The note felt different now, real, not just a prank. I looked around, my breath shallow, and the quiet buzz of the refrigerator was the only sound in the shop. Then, something caught my eye, a reflection in the shiny metal of the espresso machine. My own face. But it wasn't quite right. The face in the reflection looked tired, drawn, and pale. But more disturbing than the image itself was the fact that it wasn't just my face. There, in the corner of my reflection, was another face, a faint, shadowed figure, almost invisible, yet undeniably there. My heart dropped into my stomach. I looked away, but the face remained. My hand shook as I reached for my phone to call someone, anyone. But the moment I unlocked it, the screen flickered, and the face in the reflection seemed to smile at me. A cold, knowing grin. I dropped the phone, my pulse hammering in my chest. I ran. The woman stood there for what felt like an eternity, her figure motionless except for the slow, deliberate movements of her hands. She tied the lock of hair to the bundle with a tenderness that made my skin crawl, each movement precise and practiced, as though she had done this countless times before. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed, staring at the screen, watching the silent ritual unfold before me. And then, as if sensing my gaze, she slowly tilted her head, ever so slightly, until the shadows of her hood parted just enough for me to see her eyes. They were black, completely black, like empty pits that stared straight through the screen, through me. I felt her gaze pierce into the very core of my being, and in that instant, I knew she wasn't just watching. She was waiting. The footage continued for a few more moments, but my mind was already screaming, urging me to stop watching. I couldn't tear myself away. The woman reached into her coat, pulling out something small and shining, an object that reflected the dim light of the apartment. It was a knife, sharp and glinting with an unsettling gleam. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt tight, my throat dry. She didn't use it on herself, or on the bundle of hair. Instead, she placed the knife gently on the table, as if setting it down for later use. Then, without any further movement, the video feed cut out. The screen went black, and I sat there in stunned silence, my hand trembling as it hovered over the mouse. The image of her face, her black eyes, and the ritualistic way she moved haunted my mind. I replayed the video over and over, but each time, the result was the same, nothing more to see, nothing more to hear. My mind raced, my thoughts clashing in a frenzy. Was she real? Did I imagine it? How did she get into my apartment without leaving a trace? I had locked the door. I had installed cameras. There was no way anyone could have entered without me noticing. But there she was, as real as anything I had ever seen. I could feel her presence, still lingering in the air around me. The weight of her eyes, the dark, cold energy that had radiated from her. She had been in my space, in my home, and now, I was certain, she had left something behind. The next morning, I found a small bundle of hair on the kitchen counter. It was neatly tied with a piece of string, just like the object she had handled in the video. I felt sick. The sense of violation, of being hunted, overwhelmed me. How had she known about my home? How had she gotten inside? But the worst thought of all was that she hadn't just been watching. She had been waiting, waiting for me to notice, waiting for me to acknowledge her. And now, she had marked me. I was no longer just a passive observer, I was a part of her ritual. I didn't know what to do anymore. I couldn't go to the police, they would think I was crazy. Who would believe me? A woman in dark clothing, performing rituals in my home in the dead of night? There was no explanation that made sense. No safe place to hide. The more I thought about it, the more I realized, I had invited this in. I had opened the door when I ignored the warnings, when I dismissed the strange notes and gifts at the cafe. I had crossed the line. That evening, I decided I had no choice but to confront it. To find out who this woman was, and why she was doing this to me. I spent hours going over old records, trying to connect the dots. What was the significance of the hair, the objects left behind? Who was she? Then, buried in the middle of an old, forgotten archive of local folklore, I found something, a story about a woman who had been banished from her village centuries ago for performing forbidden rituals. She had become a spirit, a dark entity, bound to a cycle of collecting pieces of people's lives to complete her unfinished ritual. The more she gathered, the stronger she became. The more pieces she took, the closer she came to completing her transformation. And that's when it hit me. I wasn't just a victim. I was part of the ritual, too. The woman had chosen me, just as the mountain had chosen others before. I had unwittingly become part of her story, just as I had unknowingly invited her presence into my life. The hair, the items, the notes, they weren't random. They were pieces of the puzzle. And I was the key. I had to finish what she started, or else, like others before me, I would become part of her collection. Forever. As the sun set, I stood before the camera once more. I had no choice. I had to confront her and the ritual that had now claimed me. And so, with my heart racing, I began to prepare for the final part of the puzzle, knowing that my next actions would determine everything. The presence I had felt in the shadows, the ritual I had unwittingly begun, was no longer something I could escape. Tonight, I would face her, and maybe, just maybe, I could still break free from the twisted path I had walked into. But deep inside, I feared the truth, there was no escape. Not anymore. My stomach lurched as I read the words, and I could hardly breathe. The note was written in a shaky hand, the letters uneven, as though the person who wrote it was trembling. The link is nearly complete. Soon you will be with me, your essence will rest inside my altar, and you will never leave me. I will take what is yours, and you will become part of me. Forever. I felt the weight of the words, the sense of finality hanging in the air. She was not just watching me anymore, she was claiming me. The realization hit like a ton of bricks. The figurine, a crude doll with an unsettling smile stitched into its face, wasn't just a symbol of some twisted ritual. It was the vessel. The altars she spoke of were where I would be placed, where I would be consumed and swallowed whole, like a piece of her collection. I stared at the doll, horrified, and yet, part of me couldn't look away. The face sewn with dark thread, its eyes empty, its smile too wide, too knowing. It seemed to be looking at me, waiting, beckoning. I quickly grabbed the doll, almost disgusted with myself for even touching it. My hands shook as I tossed it into a bag, trying to get rid of it. But as I went to tie the bag shut, the same cold sensation from the night before, the feeling of being watched, came over me again. I could feel the presence, even though she wasn't physically there. I felt it in the air, in the walls, in the very fibers of the bag as I held it. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was close. That, in some way, I had already started to slip away, to become part of her collection. I left my apartment, not knowing where to go or what to do. I couldn't take the doll with me, but I couldn't leave it behind either. It felt like an anchor, something that tethered me to her, to whatever twisted ritual she had set in motion. I went to a friend's place, someone who lived on the other side of town. I told myself it was temporary, that I could return home after a few days. But each night, I felt the weight of the doll's presence in the back of my mind. I kept imagining it sitting on the floor of my apartment, patiently waiting for me to come back. And then, there was the strangest thing, my dreams. The woman was always there, standing in the dark corners of my mind, her face covered in shadows, her eyes piercing through the darkness. In each dream, I saw myself, my essence, slowly slipping away, transforming into something other. I would see myself walking toward her, offering a part of myself willingly, as though I had no choice but to obey. I woke up every morning with a sense of dread, feeling like a part of me had been lost. My reflection seemed unfamiliar, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was inside me, waiting to get out. As the days passed, the terror began to turn into a sense of inevitability. I had no peace, no rest. Every moment I spent away from my apartment, every moment I wasn't facing her, felt like I was only delaying the inevitable. The doll was still there, still waiting for me, and the connection, the ritual, had already begun. The woman wasn't trying to scare me anymore. She had already won. The doll, the notes, the presents, they were all part of a carefully constructed plan to draw me into her web, to make me part of her collection, part of her ritual. And I was powerless to stop it. It's too late to escape. I know that now. I can feel the link forming with every step I take, with every breath I draw. The woman, she's not just a ghost or a spirit. She is something much older, much more ancient than I could ever imagine. A being who knows how to manipulate the threads of the soul, how to pull at them, slowly but surely, until you're no longer yourself. And now, as I sit here writing this, I realize something else. I don't want to stop it anymore. I don't know if I can. Maybe the part of me that resisted is already gone. Maybe what's left of me is just a shell. A vessel for her to claim, piece by piece. As the ritual continues, I can feel my essence slipping away. I see her in my dreams more clearly now, smiling that same twisted smile. And I know, with a terrifying certainty, that by the time you read this, I will no longer be the one writing it. I will be the one with her. And there will be no way back. I had become a shell of myself, consumed by fear, unable to escape the grip of whatever was stalking me. The physical changes in me were subtle but undeniable. My eyes were bloodshot, and my skin had taken on a sallow hue. I was barely eating, my appetite dulled by the overwhelming sense of dread that lingered in every moment. I felt as though I were slipping away, slowly but surely, as if the woman was draining me, bit by bit, until I would no longer exist at all. The note, the blood, the fabric from my shirt, it was all part of the ritual. My mind raced, trying to piece together some kind of plan, some way to end this, but I had no idea where to start. Every time I thought I might be able to take control, something else happened. She was always one step ahead, always waiting in the shadows, pulling the strings. I couldn't stay in my apartment anymore, but where could I go? I was trapped. I'd already invested in the security, in the cameras, but they didn't stop her. They couldn't stop her. I had tried to run before, tried to get away from the ritual, but it always found me. The marks on my skin were proof of that, the spirals, the symbols that now covered my arms, my chest, creeping up my neck. But the worst part was that I felt the bond growing stronger. It was no longer something I could ignore or resist. My thoughts felt fragmented, slipping between my memories and those of someone else. My movements felt alien, as though I wasn't entirely in control of my body anymore. There were moments when I felt like her, the woman, the spirit, whatever she was inside me, guiding my every step, whispering her words into my ear. I had to make a choice. The note had said the bond was almost complete. I had no idea what that meant, but I knew it was only a matter of time before I was consumed completely. I had to stop it. I had to find a way to sever the connection, to destroy the doll, to erase whatever hold she had over me. But how? That night, I made my decision. I would confront her. I would go to the place where it all began, the coffee shop, where everything had started. I didn't know what I would find, but I was desperate. Maybe I could break the cycle, confront whatever force had set all of this in motion. The woman had been using my kindness, my curiosity, my desire to connect with people. She had been watching me, manipulating me, feeding off my fear. I left my apartment and headed to the shop, every step feeling like it was leading me closer to my doom. The streets were eerily quiet, the usual hum of the city replaced by an unsettling stillness. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was already there, waiting for me. When I arrived at the shop, it was empty, just like it had always been after hours. But something was different. The lights were dimmed, the air thick with a kind of energy I couldn't place. The counter was clean, the chairs neatly stacked, but I could feel her presence in the room, as if she were watching from every shadow. I didn't know what I was expecting. Maybe I was hoping that if I faced her, I could somehow break free. But the moment I stepped inside, I knew there was no going back. I called out into the silence, my voice shaking. "I know what you're doing. I'm not going to be a part of it anymore." For a moment, there was nothing, just the echo of my words bouncing off the walls. Then, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed from the back room. My heart lurched. She was here. The door to the back room creaked open, and there she stood, just like in my nightmares. Her face was hidden beneath a hood, the dark fabric casting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. I could feel the weight of her gaze on me, even without seeing her eyes. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered, her voice low and smooth, like velvet wrapping around my soul. "But it's too late. You've already given me so much." The words hit me like a physical blow, and I staggered back, my body trembling. But as she stepped forward, the air seemed to shift. I could feel her power, her influence growing stronger with every step she took toward me. "Stop!" I shouted, but my voice cracked. My hands reached for the baseball bat I had brought with me, but it felt like I was moving in slow motion, my limbs heavy, like I wasn't fully in control of my own body anymore. She smiled beneath her hood, her voice soft and patient. "You've already given me everything. Your blood, your fear, your soul. It's all part of the ritual." That's when I realized the terrible truth. She wasn't just trying to claim me. She was already inside me. The connection had been made, and I had been too blind, too terrified to see it. She had been feeding off me, piece by piece, until there was nothing left of who I once was. "Please," I whispered, my knees buckling beneath me. "Please let me go." But she didn't answer. Instead, she reached out with a cold hand, her fingers brushing against my skin. And then everything went black. When I woke up, I was no longer in the coffee shop. The walls were different, the air still, suffocating. The room was dimly lit, but the shadows seemed deeper than before. I looked down at my hands, and they were different. Twisted, like the woman's, marked with the same spirals, the same symbols. I wasn't sure where I was, but I knew one thing for certain: I wasn't me anymore. I was her. And now, I was part of the ritual. There was no turning back. The fear that once ruled my nights now lingers in the background of my every waking moment, subtle but constant. It's as if something has shifted inside me, a weight that I can't fully explain, but that presses against my chest every time I let my guard down. I try to tell myself that it's over, that I've escaped her, that the ritual has been interrupted. But something deep inside me refuses to believe that it's really finished. I've stopped sleeping soundly, my mind forever straining at the edges of consciousness, listening for the faintest noise that might signal her return. I know it sounds paranoid, but I can't help it. After everything, it's impossible to shake the feeling that she's still out there, watching, waiting. The worst part is that I still don't understand her. Who she is, what she truly wants, or why she chose me. I wonder if I'll ever truly escape the shadow of that night. The thought that she could still return, even after all this time, gnaws at me. Occasionally, when I look at my reflection in the coffee shop's windows or in the bathroom mirror, I catch a glimpse of something just out of place, a flicker of movement, a fleeting shadow that shouldn't be there. I tell myself it's just my nerves, but I can't deny the discomfort. It's as though she's lingering at the edges of my vision, just beyond my reach, always close enough to remind me of what she almost took from me. Some days, I try to forget about her. I try to move on with my life, to live without looking over my shoulder. But then I remember the way she moved, silent, deliberate, always in control. How she managed to worm her way into every corner of my life without me even noticing, how she manipulated me into becoming part of her ritual. I don't think I can ever go back to the way I was. The person I was before, the one who could laugh at strange stories and dismiss things like superstition, doesn't exist anymore. Part of me, something deep inside, has been marked by her, and no amount of time will change that. I'll never forget the feeling of her presence, the weight of her gaze. But perhaps the most terrifying thought of all is the one I try to ignore, the one that creeps into my mind when I'm lying awake in the dark. What if she hasn't really gone? What if she's just waiting for me to let my guard down? What if the ritual is still incomplete? I can't let myself think about it for too long. But I know, deep down, that a part of me is always watching for her, always waiting for her to return. I'm not sure what would happen if she did. Would the bond be stronger this time? Would she come to finish what she started? Or would she claim me completely, without warning? The uncertainty of it all is unbearable. But for now, I stay vigilant. I keep the cameras rolling, I lock every door, and I always wedge a chair beneath the handle before I sleep. I've learned that sometimes survival isn't about fighting, it's about enduring, waiting, and never letting your guard down. For now, that's all I can do. But in the back of my mind, I know one thing for certain, she's still out there, somewhere, waiting for the right moment. And when that moment comes, I'll be ready, at least, I hope I will be. But a part of me wonders. Can we ever truly escape the things that haunt us? The isolation was palpable. The house, though grand, had a sense of abandonment, as if the very walls were closing in on me. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creaks of the house shifting. The longer I spent in the place, the more it felt as though it was watching me, scrutinizing every movement. I dismissed the thoughts as paranoia, the result of being alone in a decrepit mansion surrounded by unfamiliar sounds. But the unease remained, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. The rooms were large, high-ceilinged, and dimly lit, with the smell of damp and decay permeating everything. I started in the front rooms, where the wallpaper had peeled away in large strips, revealing the rot beneath. There was something strangely beautiful about the peeling wallpaper, the faded designs that seemed to hint at a more elegant time. Yet, despite this beauty, there was something fundamentally off about the place. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something, or someone, to disturb its slumber. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was moving just out of my line of sight. A flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a faint sound behind me, soft as a whisper. When I turned, of course, nothing was there. But the feeling persisted. It was always just a moment too late, the sense of being watched, of being followed. On the third night, I ventured into the basement, my flashlight casting long, uneven shadows on the cracked concrete floor. I had to inspect the foundation, make sure there were no signs of water damage or structural weaknesses. As I moved deeper into the basement, the air grew thicker, colder. My breath came out in visible puffs, despite the relative warmth of the house upstairs. The floor was littered with old, forgotten furniture, chairs with broken legs, rotting tables, and piles of discarded boxes. But there was something else in the basement, something more unsettling. Near the far wall, tucked into a dark corner, was an old chest. It looked out of place in the sea of broken furniture, old, heavy, and strangely untouched by the dust and decay around it. I approached it hesitantly, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The lid creaked as I lifted it, revealing a mass of fabric. I reached inside, pulling out an old, tattered cloak. As my fingers brushed the cloth, I felt a strange, almost electric tingle. I froze, my hand still on the fabric, a gnawing sense of wrongness creeping up my spine. The cloak was heavy, weighted with something more than just fabric. I pulled the cloak fully out of the chest, and something fell from its folds. A small, weathered book, bound in dark leather. My heart skipped a beat as I picked it up, the book feeling strangely warm in my hands. I flipped it open, my fingers trembling. The pages were filled with symbols and strange markings, some of which seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. As I ran my eyes over the pages, a chill washed over me. The symbols seemed familiar, but I couldn't place them. The last page contained a sketch, a detailed illustration of the mansion, with an intricate pattern drawn over it in what appeared to be ink. The pattern resembled a labyrinth, its lines and shapes forming a maze, but it wasn't just a maze. It was a map. I stepped back, my mind racing. The book, the cloak, the unsettling feeling in the basement, it all felt planned, like I had just uncovered a piece of something much larger than I could understand. The very air in the room seemed to thicken. I glanced around nervously, but when I looked back at the chest, it was gone. Just gone. The corner of the basement where I had found it was now completely empty. I dropped the book in shock, my breath catching in my throat. My heart raced as the weight of what had just happened settled on me. I was no longer alone in the house. Something had been waiting for me, something ancient and hungry. I ran upstairs, the book clutched tightly in my hands, my heart pounding so hard I could barely hear my footsteps over the rush of blood in my ears. The mansion no longer felt like a project, it felt like a prison. And somewhere within its walls, something was watching me, something that had been waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. That night, I couldn't sleep. The house creaked and groaned, but there was something else now, something new, something more deliberate. A presence. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house had woken up, that it had started looking at me. And in that moment, I realized with growing dread that the mansion didn't just want to be restored. It wanted to be used. It wanted me. The next day, I tried to gather my thoughts, trying to convince myself it was all just my imagination. But deep down, I knew I was in too deep. I had uncovered something in that basement, something ancient and dark, and I couldn't undo it. The mansion had chosen me. It had been waiting for me to find it, to open the door. I was no longer just here to restore the house. I was here to become part of it, whether I wanted to or not. And as I sat in the empty dining room, staring at the cracked wallpaper and the forgotten corners of the mansion, I realized one horrifying truth: the house wasn't just a place. It was a living, breathing entity, and now, it was mine. My heart pounded in my chest, and my hands shook violently as I stepped away from the shed. I couldn't make sense of what I'd seen. Who had I seen? Was it truly me, some twisted reflection or version of myself, or had I stumbled into something much darker? The whole thing felt like a nightmare, except I couldn't wake up from it. My mind reeled as I tried to rationalize what had just occurred, but there was no logical explanation that could soothe the panic rising inside me. I spent the rest of the day locked in my room, pacing back and forth, wrestling with what I'd seen. It was insane, absurd, impossible. And yet, the dust on the workbench, the marks left by the tools, the feeling of something deeply wrong in the air, they were all undeniable. It was as if time itself was being manipulated inside that shed, bending and twisting in ways that defied reason. That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep. I stayed awake, watching the moonlight slant across the room, each shadow in the corners seeming to take on a life of its own. The house creaked in a way that was oddly deliberate. At some point, I must have drifted off, but I woke with a start, my body rigid with fear. The familiar feeling had returned, the sensation that someone, or something, was watching me. I stumbled out of bed, feeling as though the very air was thick with tension. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way toward the shed again, my legs shaky, but driven by an overwhelming need to understand what was happening. When I reached the shed, I hesitated. The door, slightly ajar, loomed in front of me like an invitation to step into something beyond my understanding. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. The moment I crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped. The air felt heavy, pressing against me as though the very walls were closing in. I could feel the presence in the space, that thing that had been haunting me since I first set foot on the property. It was here, waiting, in the corners, in the shadows, somewhere within the warped angles of the shed. The room seemed to stretch and contract again, distorting around me, as if the dimensions of the space itself were bending to an unseen will. My flashlight flickered, and I nearly dropped it in panic. As the light steadied, I saw it, another me, standing at the far corner of the shed, facing the wall. But this time, it wasn't just standing still. It was working, sanding wood, exactly as I had seen it before. The same movement, the same posture, the same, me. My breath caught in my throat as I realized that I was watching myself, not from a reflection, but from some other angle, some twisted, nightmarish perspective where my very presence was being replicated and mimicked. I called out, my voice barely a whisper, but the figure didn't react. It was as though it couldn't hear me, or perhaps it refused to acknowledge my presence. Slowly, it turned, and when it looked at me, its eyes were empty, no emotion, no recognition, just cold, vacant holes. I staggered back, the weight of my own gaze unbearable. This was not just a mirror. This wasn't some reflection of me in an alternate reality, it was something else. Something that had taken form from the very depths of this cursed place. Before I could react, the doppelganger turned away, resuming its work. I couldn't move. My feet were frozen to the floor, my legs too weak to carry me away from the madness. I watched helplessly as the other me continued, its movements methodical, completely detached from the reality I was desperately clinging to. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure disappeared, vanishing into the air as though it had never been there at all. My hands shook, and I felt a cold sweat drench my shirt as I stood in the now empty shed, trying to process what had just happened. I turned and bolted from the room, not daring to look back, afraid that if I did, I might see the doppelganger standing there again, watching me, waiting for me to lose myself completely. I couldn't stay in the shed any longer, nor could I stay in the house. I needed to leave, to get away from this place before whatever this was consumed me entirely. But as I reached for the door, a faint voice, barely audible, whispered from behind me. "Don't leave. It's already too late." My breath caught in my throat as I spun around, but once again, there was nothing. The shed was empty, silent. But the words still echoed in my mind. And in that moment, I realized the horrifying truth. I wasn't just being watched by something out there. I was being watched by something within me. Something I had unknowingly invited into my life the moment I stepped onto this cursed property. And now, I could feel it, lurking, waiting to claim me, to take over completely. I ran, leaving the shed and the house behind. I don't know if I was truly escaping or simply being drawn further into the web of whatever dark force lay in that place. But one thing was certain, this was only the beginning. And I would never be free from it. It was as though the house had somehow claimed me, sinking its tendrils into my very soul. My desire to escape was always immediately followed by an overwhelming pull to return, to continue what I had started, as if something within me had become intertwined with the mansion itself. It felt like a magnetic force, drawing me back every time I tried to walk away. As I sat there, the wind picked up, howling through the tall grasses around the house. The faint scent of damp earth and decaying wood filled my nostrils. In the distance, the silhouette of the tool shed stood out against the murky sky, like an ominous monument to my growing insanity. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to gather my strength, but when I opened them, something had changed. There was movement in the window of the shed. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the wind, the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. But then I saw it, a figure moving behind the glass. It was hard to make out, but the shape was unmistakable. A version of me, standing in the shed, hunched over the workbench. My heart seized in my chest as I saw the familiar posture, the worn-out clothes. But this version of me, was still, unmoving, as if frozen in time. It was staring directly at me, though the glass distorted the details of its face. My pulse quickened. I couldn't breathe. It was as though the shed was calling to me, pulling me in, daring me to confront the nightmare I had been trying to avoid. I stood up from the porch, my legs weak beneath me. Every instinct told me to run, but I couldn't. I had to know what was happening. I had to see it, to understand why I kept seeing these versions of myself, why the house, the shed, the mansion itself, seemed so determined to drag me into its endless game. The closer I got to the shed, the more the air seemed to change. It was thicker now, suffocating. My breath was shallow, my chest tight as if the very atmosphere had turned to lead. The house itself felt alive, breathing around me, its walls whispering, murmuring something just out of my reach. I stood in front of the shed door, trembling. For a moment, I considered running again. But the urge to step inside, to confront the truth, was too powerful. I reached for the door handle. As my hand touched the cold metal, I felt a jolt of electricity shoot up my arm, and for the briefest moment, everything went still. The wind died, the murmurs of the house ceased, and in the dead silence, I heard it. A voice. It was low, gravelly, and unmistakably mine. Come inside. It's time to finish what we started. I almost stumbled backward, my heart thumping in my throat, but something deep inside me urged me forward. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The shed was darker than it had been before, the shadows stretching unnaturally long across the walls. My tools were arranged, as they always were, but there was something different now. The air felt thicker, heavy with the same oppressive weight that had plagued me since the moment I set foot on this property. Then I saw it, the version of me, standing in front of the workbench. But this time, it wasn't working. It wasn't just standing still. It was smiling. Its eyes were black, just like the others, inky and hollow, devoid of any trace of humanity. The grin stretched unnaturally wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too predatory. It slowly turned toward me, its head tilting as though it were savoring the moment. "Welcome back," it said, its voice a low, mocking imitation of my own. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The room seemed to shrink around me, the walls closing in, pressing on me. The figure's eyes locked with mine, and for a moment, I was frozen, unable to look away. It was as if it was pulling me into its gaze, into the very depths of its empty eyes. "You've already joined us," it whispered. "This house, this place, it is you. You can never leave." The world around me began to warp. The shed stretched and twisted, and I could feel something shifting inside me, as if the walls were pressing me into some other version of myself. I staggered back, trying to break free from the suffocating grip of the mansion, but I couldn't. The house, the shed, had already claimed me. I stumbled toward the door, but the figure wasn't behind me anymore. It was inside me, inside my mind, inside my soul. The weight of its presence filled every corner of my being. I could feel its thoughts brushing against mine, its intentions weaving into my own. The last thing I saw before everything went dark was the figure's smile. It was no longer just an echo of me. It had become me, and I had become it. And then, nothing. When I woke up, I was still in the shed. But the tools were no longer on the shelves. The walls were warped and unfamiliar. The shadows stretched in unnatural directions, and there, at the far corner, stood another version of myself. This one was grinning. The other versions of me were gone, replaced by the same twisted reflection. I had become a part of the house, just as it had always intended. And now, I would continue to work, to restore, to build, until there was nothing left of me but the mansion itself. The beam of light cut through the darkness, momentarily illuminating the black eyes of the version of myself standing in the center of the shed. The light glinted off its face, but there was no reflection of life, just a hollow void. I could feel its gaze, not just on me, but inside me, as though it could see the very essence of my soul. For a split second, I thought I could hear my own voice, though it was distorted, almost as if coming from somewhere deep within my chest. The figure didn't move, but its presence seemed to press in on me, suffocating. I felt the walls of the shed closing in, bending like they were made of something other, something that didn't belong in this reality. The low hum intensified, vibrating through my bones, rattling my teeth. I wanted to scream, to flee, but the terror held me in place. My limbs felt like lead, my body locked in place, caught between the weight of the figure's gaze and the oppressive air of the shed. The more I tried to resist, the more the space seemed to twist and warp around me. The shadows deepened, and I felt as though I were sinking into a void. Then, in an instant of clarity, the figure raised a hand. Not the hand of the man I had once been, but something grotesque, an extension of the house itself. Its fingers were long and spindly, tipped with nails too sharp to be human. It reached toward me slowly, as though savoring the moment. That's when the truth hit me. The house wasn't just changing, it was alive, it was feeding off of me, using my own fear, my own dread to fuel its transformation. The versions of myself, the ones with the black eyes, weren't just figments, they were me, distorted by the house's influence, reflections of my mind being twisted, altered. Every shift in the house, every bend in the walls, every warped doorway, it was all connected to me, to my will, to my attempts to restore it. I had become the catalyst for the transformation. I had unknowingly allowed myself to be part of its ritual. In that instant, I realized the horrifying truth: there was no escape. This place, this mansion, it had always been meant to consume me. The house didn't just want to be restored, it wanted to be built from me, from my very soul. My restoration wasn't the answer, it was the sacrifice. The flashlight flickered in my trembling hand, and the beam wavered. The figure's eyes, those bottomless pits of blackness, seemed to draw the light in, devouring it, until all that remained was a void, an absence of light, a presence that seemed to fill the space around me. The figure spoke then, but not with words. It was a sensation, a feeling that flooded my mind like a dark wave. You cannot fight what has already been woven into your being. You are the architect, and the house is the blueprint. We are one. My heart clenched in terror, and I realized I wasn't just trapped in the house. I had become a part of it. The walls, the doors, the endless corridors, they were built from my own fear, my own attempts to control something that could never be contained. I had fed the house with my own self-doubt, my own anxiety, and now it was feeding on me in return. I tried to pull away, but the gravitational pull of the house was too strong. It wasn't just physical anymore. The walls, the air, the very space around me, it felt like a part of my own body. I could feel the house inside me, a suffocating pressure, suffusing every cell. And then, as if in a final act of defiance, I turned the flashlight away from the figure's face, desperately searching for any sign of an escape. The shed's door was wide open, the night sky visible beyond. But as I looked at the door, the world began to distort again, the space bending, stretching. The night outside became a swirling vortex of shadows, pulling me in, warping around me. I reached out, toward the door, toward freedom. But the house wasn't done with me. It never would be. I felt the presence of the figure grow stronger, the weight of its gaze turning into a tangible force, pressing down on me, forcing me to see the truth. I was no longer just the architect of this place. I had become part of it, woven into its fabric, its walls, its existence. And there was no turning back. The door slammed shut in my face. I turned, gasping for breath, but the figure was gone. The shed was empty once more, but the feeling of suffocation lingered, the oppressive weight of the house pressing in around me. I was no longer just working on the mansion. I had become the mansion. And the mansion would never let me leave. I am the architect, and I am the building. There is no escape from this twisted design. And now, the house is complete. The narrow alleys and crumbling facades of the old buildings gave the city a sense of timelessness, yet there was something about it that felt off, as if the very streets had absorbed the secrets of centuries and were reluctant to let them go. The architecture was a blend of Moorish, Baroque, and Gothic elements, and the buildings seemed to lean inward, as if whispering to each other in a language only they understood. The sounds of the city seemed muffled, distant, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath. I followed a lead that had brought me to a small, almost hidden antique bookstore in the Baixa district. It was tucked into a forgotten corner of the city, its storefront crammed with dusty tomes and ancient maps. The musty scent of old paper and ink filled the air as I entered, the creak of the door signaling my arrival. Inside, the shelves were crammed with volumes from every corner of the world, many of them in languages I couldn't recognize, their bindings frayed from years of neglect. The proprietor, an elderly man with a hunched back and a thin, wizened face, barely looked up as I approached. His eyes, though cloudy, seemed to glimmer with a sharpness that belied his frail appearance. Looking for something specific, he rasped, his voice thick with an accent that made his words almost impossible to understand. "I'm researching maritime explorers who disappeared mysteriously," I said, my voice steady but uncertain, unsure if I was even in the right place. "I've heard rumors about a collection of journals." The man's eyes narrowed as I spoke, and he cut me off with a sharp gesture. "I have what you need," he said, his tone colder now. "But you must be careful. Not all knowledge should be uncovered. Some things are better left buried." A shiver ran down my spine at his words, but my curiosity overpowered the unsettling feeling growing in my chest. He led me to a small, dimly lit alcove in the back of the shop, where a stack of old, weathered books lay on a low table. At the top of the stack was a leather-bound journal, its cover dark and cracked with age. It looked out of place, as though it had been deliberately set aside. The man hesitated for a moment before handing it to me. "This belonged to one of them. A sailor who vanished off the coast of the Azores," he said. "But I warn you, once you open it, you will see things that you cannot unsee." I thanked him, but the weight of his words lingered as I left the shop, the journal tucked under my arm. I found a nearby cafe to sit and examine the journal, the dim lighting making it even harder to decipher the faded writing inside. The pages were brittle and yellowed, and the ink had long since bled into the paper, making the text nearly illegible in places. As I turned each page, the man's warning echoed in my mind, but I pressed on, eager to uncover what lay within. At first, the entries were mundane, describing the daily routines of a sailor lost at sea. But as I reached the later pages, the tone changed. The writing grew erratic, disjointed, and I could feel the temperature around me drop as I read about strange encounters with figures in the water, dark shapes that seemed to follow the ship, watching them from a distance. As I read, I could feel my heart rate increase, the words beginning to blur together as my mind raced to process what I was reading. Then, I came to the final entry. The handwriting was almost illegible, scrawled in a hurried, panicked script. It spoke of a discovery, a hidden island, one that didn't appear on any map, one that had called to them. The sailor described a place shrouded in fog, surrounded by a silent sea, with towering cliffs that rose from the water like the jagged teeth of a beast. But what terrified me most was the sailor's last words: "It's not the island that waits, it's what is inside. And now that we found it, we cannot escape." I closed the journal with trembling hands, my mind racing. The air around me felt thick, oppressive, and for the first time in days, I was certain that I wasn't alone. Something was in the room with me. The shadows in the corners of my vision shifted unnaturally, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I felt as though I were being watched, not by the man at the cafe or by anyone in the street, but by something far older, far darker. I looked down at the journal again, but the words had changed. The ink seemed to shift, reforming into new, indecipherable symbols. Panic flooded me as I realized I couldn't look away. The symbols, whatever they were, seemed to be alive, squirming across the pages, pulling me into them. In a frenzy, I shoved the journal into my bag, but as I stood up to leave, the shadows in the cafe deepened, stretching unnaturally as the temperature continued to drop. My breath came out in visible puffs, and the walls seemed to warp around me. Every corner of the room seemed to pulse, as though the very building itself was breathing, alive and waiting for something to happen. I fled the cafe, the strange chill of the air following me as I made my way down the street. The further I went, the more the city seemed to distort, the cobblestones warping under my feet, the buildings twisting into shapes I couldn't comprehend. It felt as though the city itself was shifting, folding around me, and I could feel the pull of whatever was inside the journal, drawing me deeper into its dark grip. I ran through the streets, the sounds of the city growing muffled, like I was hearing them from a distance. My footsteps echoed in my ears, but everything else seemed to fade away. The path I had walked was now unfamiliar, the alleyways winding in impossible directions. And no matter how fast I ran, I felt it getting closer, that thing from the journal, from the hidden island, closing in on me. As I turned a corner, I saw something ahead. A figure standing in the shadows, just beyond the street lamp's flickering light. I couldn't make out its features, but I could feel its gaze on me. I stopped dead in my tracks, and a cold sweat broke out across my skin. The figure remained motionless, yet the air around it seemed to vibrate with a presence that was almost alive. I felt my heart stop. It was then that I understood. I wasn't just being followed. I had found it. And now, it was coming for me. I placed the items on the desk, the flickering light from the street lamp casting long shadows across the room. My hands still shook as I carefully unwrapped each artifact. The tarnished brass astrolabe was delicate in my fingers, its surface worn with age, the etchings on the compass lid intricate and unsettling. The ivory figurine, however, was the most chilling. Its blank expression seemed to follow me as I moved, its eyes hollow but somehow aware. I sat at the desk, staring at the items. The anxiety gnawing at me was constant, but there was also an irresistible pull to continue examining them. I couldn't explain it, but I knew, I had to understand. I opened the brittle parchment first, my heart pounding as I laid the sheets flat. The ink was faded, but the symbols were unmistakable. They matched exactly what I had seen in the journals of the missing explorers. The same patterns, the same symbols. But there was something else. The text wasn't just unfamiliar, it shifted in front of my eyes. As I read, the symbols seemed to change, rearranging themselves into a form that felt strangely familiar, like a memory that was just out of reach. I blinked, feeling dizzy. The words blurred, then sharpened again. Was I imagining it, or had the paper come alive in my hands? I stood abruptly, knocking the chair back with a clatter. The room seemed to spin around me, the walls stretching, the shadows twisting in unnatural ways. The items on the desk seemed to hum faintly, vibrating with a pulse I could feel in my bones. I grabbed the compass, almost desperately, trying to ground myself. The etchings on the compass were now clear, not just symbols, but words in a language I had never seen. I turned the compass over in my hands, and in the dim light, I saw something that chilled me to my core, my name etched into the back of the lid, barely visible, as though it had been scratched there recently. I stumbled back, dropping the compass onto the desk. The room was suffocating, the air thick with the weight of something ancient and powerful. I backed away from the desk, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This was impossible. The antiquarian had known me. How? Why had he given me these objects, these artifacts, as if they had been waiting for me? I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just crossed a line, that I had opened something I shouldn't have. A sudden sound broke through the oppressive silence. The faintest whisper, barely audible at first. My head whipped around, but the room was still. I was alone. Or at least, I thought I was. The whisper came again, louder this time, a voice that seemed to echo from every corner of the room. Not all knowledge should be sought. The voice wasn't mine. It was deep, raspy, almost as if it was coming from beneath the floorboards themselves. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. The shadows in the room seemed to pulse with the voice, growing darker, thicker. The figurine on the desk, the robed figure, seemed to smile, its expression twisting into something malevolent as the air grew colder. I tried to turn away, to leave, but my body wouldn't move. It felt as though something was holding me in place, drawing me deeper into the very fabric of the room. The whisper came again, clearer this time, a command rather than a warning. "Finish what you started." The words sliced through me, and I felt my mind fracture. My vision swam, the room spinning around me like I was caught in a vortex. The walls seemed to close in, and the whispering grew louder, a chorus of voices that felt ancient, that had existed for centuries, waiting for someone like me to come along. And then I understood. I had found it. I had uncovered the door, the gateway that led to something I was never meant to know. I was being drawn into a world that existed on the edge of time, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, where knowledge wasn't just power, it was consumption. The room felt like it was collapsing in on itself. I could feel it pulling me, drawing me toward the desk, toward the artifacts that had lured me here. I had no choice but to obey. I reached for the journal, my fingers trembling as I opened it once more. The pages seemed to flip themselves, the ink now shifting to reveal something darker, deeper, something not meant for human understanding. Embrace the knowledge. I felt the words sink into me, felt them take root inside my mind. My body was no longer mine, it was the house's, the figurines, the journals. I was becoming part of it, just like the explorers before me. And there was no turning back. The room went silent. The hum stopped. The shadows faded. But I was no longer alone. The house had claimed me. And now, I would finish what had been started. The voice continued, its tone heavy, ancient, and unsettling. You seek knowledge, but you are not the first. Many have come before you. They have left pieces of themselves in the things they coveted. The whisper seemed to slide into my thoughts, not just words, but images, flashes of faces and hands, the feeling of something slipping through my fingers. I couldn't tell if I was imagining it, but I felt my very soul being tugged into a vortex of memories that weren't mine. My head throbbed, the pressure building in my temples as the room seemed to constrict around me. The figurine in my hands was no longer just a lifeless object. It moved in my grasp, its surface warmer, pulsing with an energy that made my blood run cold. I could feel its history, every lost soul it had touched, every whispered secret it had witnessed. It was alive, somehow, and it was drawing me in. My vision blurred. The figurine began to shift in shape, subtly at first, then more dramatically. The face of the robed figure twisted and contorted, as though trying to speak, though no words came. I staggered backward, dropping it, the figurine clattering against the floor. The air was thick now, heavy with something I couldn't explain, like the room had been filled with something other than air. I gasped for breath, but the atmosphere seemed suffocating. The edges of my perception were warping, my thoughts spinning. The whispering had turned into a low murmur, an incessant, beckoning chant. I felt something inside me begin to unravel, like threads of my very essence being tugged at by unseen hands. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sensation, but the voice continued, persistent, relentless. You will become part of us, just as they did. The knowledge is not free. It is a price that must be paid. My heart raced. The room was no longer stable. I could feel it shifting, stretching, as though the walls themselves were bending and warping like paper. I could hear the sound of scratching, distant at first, but growing louder, closer. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, outside, inside, or from somewhere deep within my own mind. My breath was shallow, my hands trembling as I reached for the journal I had left on the desk. The pages fluttered, as though eager to reveal something. I opened it, but the words on the page were now different, alive, shifting, changing shape in front of me. The writing seemed to speak to me, not in words, but in sensations, in understandings that filled my mind with images of ships lost at sea, of men disappearing into the unknown, of an ancient, unnameable force that had claimed them. I felt the same pull. The same sense of being claimed, just like the explorers who had vanished, just like the antiques I had brought home. The whispering intensified, now echoing in my head, drowning out all other thought. You are one of us now. The room seemed to close in on me, the walls pressing closer, the shadows stretching longer, more tangible. The figurine, no longer a simple object, but now something more, lay at my feet, its expression shifting once again, watching me with eyes that had no need for light to see. I could feel it. It was alive, in every sense of the word. Alive with the souls of those who had come before, alive with the knowledge that had been stolen from them, and now, it was claiming me as well. My mind screamed for release, for escape, but the pull was too strong. I could feel it dragging me deeper into the labyrinth of memories and ancient knowledge. The antiques, these cursed objects, were not just relics. They were portals, gateways to a world that was not meant to be understood by mortal minds. And I had crossed the threshold. I was no longer in control. The walls, the objects, the very air, everything was pulling me in, drawing me toward a fate I had never imagined. The journal, the compass, the figurine, they were no longer objects. They were keys, unlocking something ancient and unfathomable within me. I was becoming part of it, becoming part of the knowledge, the power, that had taken so many before me. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to accept it. But there was no denying it now. The house, the antiques, the artifacts, had already claimed me. I was its latest victim, its latest collector. And now, there was no turning back. The door was the same faded wood, the same heavy lock. But this time, something had changed. The faint hum, the scraping noise from inside, was more pronounced, as though it were trying to pull me in. The sound seemed almost inviting now, like a melody that was both familiar and distant, a tune I had once known but could no longer recall. My hand trembled as I reached for the door, but I didn't hesitate. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning under the strain. The familiar musty scent filled my nostrils once more, but there was a difference now, a sickly sweetness to it, like something decaying. The interior seemed darker, the shadows heavier than before, and the air felt thick, pressing down on me like a tangible force. The antiquary's shop was as I remembered it, cluttered, cramped, filled with dust-covered treasures, but something was off. The layout seemed slightly different, the shelves arranged in an unfamiliar pattern. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed, but I felt it, deep in my bones. I stepped inside cautiously, the door swinging shut behind me with a soft thud. "You're back," the antiquary's voice came from the back of the room, low and rasping. It sent a jolt through my spine, and I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. He was there again, that same figure in the long coat, standing in the dim light near the far corner. His face, still obscured, was as indistinct as it had been before, but I could feel him watching me, waiting for something. "I never left," I heard him say, his words barely a whisper, but they were clear, cutting through the silence like a knife. "You've always been here, seeking what you were never meant to find." I swallowed hard, my throat tight. My knees felt weak, but I forced myself to step forward, toward him. "What is this place? Why are you following me?" The words spilled from my mouth in a breathless rush, panic creeping into my voice. The antiquary tilted his head slightly, as if considering me, then responded in a tone that was almost comforting. "I am not following you, child. I am guiding you. You've always been drawn here. You simply hadn't noticed yet." The air around me seemed to shift, becoming thick with a cold, suffocating presence. I could feel it pressing on my chest, on my mind. "You're not real," I whispered, but even as the words left my lips, I wasn't sure I believed them. He smiled then, a slow, almost pitying curl of his lips. "Is it real, then?" he asked, his voice smooth and hypnotic. "All that you remember? Or have I already erased it?" The room seemed to shift again. The walls grew closer, the shelves bending at odd angles, as though reality itself were warping around us. I reached for my head, the pounding in my skull growing louder, more frantic. The whispering was back, but now it wasn't just the objects. It was coming from everywhere. The floorboards, the walls, the air itself. I felt as though I were drowning in voices. "Do you remember?" they asked, their tones merging, indistinguishable. "Do you remember who you truly are?" My mind reeled. The faces, the voices, the images, everything collided into one chaotic whirlpool of confusion. I could feel my memories slipping away, like sand through my fingers, and the more I tried to grasp onto them, the further they receded. The world around me seemed to twist, to become other, and I could no longer tell what was real. "You are part of it now," the antiquary's voice came again, and this time, it was not just a sound. It was a presence in my mind, an invasive thought, pushing its way into my consciousness. I backed away from him, my breath ragged, my chest tight with panic. "No," I whispered. "This isn't real. You're not real." But even as I spoke, I knew the truth. He was real. He had always been real. I turned and ran, the doors of the shop opening for me as if by some unseen force. The streets outside were the same, the familiar cobblestone paths stretching before me, but everything felt wrong. The buildings loomed larger now, their edges bending, twisting. The very air felt thick, heavy with the weight of a world that was no longer my own. I had crossed a line. I had opened a door that could never be closed again. The whispers continued, louder now, following me down the streets. They spoke of things I couldn't understand, things I didn't want to know. My footsteps faltered, my heart hammering in my chest. And then, just as I reached the end of the alley, I heard it again, his voice. "Don't run. It's too late." I spun around, but the shop was gone. There was no sign of the antiquary, no trace of the door. Just an empty street stretching out before me, as if it had always been that way. The weight in my chest was suffocating, and I realized, with a sickening clarity, that I was never leaving this place. The knowledge had already consumed me. And now, it was a part of me. But with each passing day, the sense of unease deepens. The longer I stay, the more I feel myself slipping into the same forgotten history that so many others have already succumbed to. My reflection no longer feels entirely my own, and the familiar streets of Lisbon have begun to blur with places I've never been. I sometimes see faces in the crowds, faces I recognize from the pages of that ledger, but when I turn to look, they're gone, lost in the sea of pedestrians. The whispers have become harder to ignore, and each night they grow louder, creeping into my dreams. The objects, locked away in that trunk, now seem to hum with a persistent energy. At times, I can hear them calling to me, the low rustle of paper, the soft creak of old wood, as if the artifacts are eager to reveal more. The last time I opened the trunk, I couldn't bring myself to touch them. The brass astrolabe, the ivory figurine, they no longer felt like artifacts to study. They felt like pieces of a puzzle that had already been completed, a trap I had been unwittingly pulled into. The ledger's entries still haunt me, the ink fresh and the names eerily familiar. And my name, there, written next to those cursed objects, as if they were destined for me. The more I resist, the stronger the pull becomes. It's as though I am being rewritten, becoming part of the very history I sought to uncover. The antiquary's reach is far more insidious than I could have ever imagined. It's not just the objects he craves, it's the very act of seeking, the obsession, the drive to uncover the secrets buried beneath centuries of dust. I've tried to live as normally as I can, working, walking the city, pretending that I'm not being haunted by the knowledge I've unearthed. But each time I pass by the narrow alley, I feel his presence waiting just out of view, behind the corners of my mind, ready to claim me as his next entry. What's worse is the sense that I've always been part of this. That the moment I began my research, I had already signed my name in that ledger, unknowingly sealing my fate. The artifacts, the antiquary, the lost explorers, they're all connected. And I am simply another piece in the collection, another story waiting to be written. As I sit here now, writing this, I know I am not alone. The whispers are back, just faint enough that I can almost convince myself they're nothing but the wind. But deep down, I know better. They are him, he is here, waiting, watching, knowing I will return. I don't know how much longer I can resist. I can feel the call growing stronger, tugging at me with each passing day. One day, I fear, I won't be able to turn away. I'll step back into that alley, and the door will open for me again. And when it does, he will be waiting. Ready to collect me. Ready to finish what I started. I froze, a chill creeping over my skin. The thunder was different. It wasn't just the usual rumble of an approaching storm. This sound was deeper, resonating through the ground itself, vibrating the air in a way that felt wrong. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to get out, but the trek back down the mountain would be grueling in the dark, especially with the storm rolling in. Instead, I stoked the fire in the stone fireplace, hoping the warmth would ward off the oppressive cold settling into my bones. I found myself eyeing the clock again, noting that it was now precisely 10 o'clock. The clock's ticking seemed to grow louder, more deliberate, echoing in the otherwise silent cabin. As the seconds ticked away, I felt a strange unease building within me, a sense that something was waiting. The thunder grew in intensity, now accompanied by an unnatural stillness. The wind outside had gone completely silent, as though nature itself was holding its breath. Just as I began to tell myself I was imagining things, a sudden crack of lightning split the sky again, illuminating the cabin in a blinding flash. The world outside turned bright white for a split second, and then, everything went eerily still. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room, as if something else had arrived. Then came the knock. Soft, slow, measured. It came from the door, but it wasn't the kind of knock you'd expect from a person. No, this was deliberate, like the sound of a twig breaking underfoot, or an animal pawing at the wood. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. My breath quickened, but I couldn't move. The knock came again, and this time it was louder, as if whoever, or whatever, was outside was impatient. Knock, knock, knock. Against every ounce of reason, I moved toward the door. My hand hovered over the handle as the unease turned to dread, the kind of fear that settles deep in your bones and refuses to leave. The storm outside roared with a force that rattled the very walls of the cabin, but the knocking was constant, a rhythmic pulse that matched my own racing heartbeat. I finally forced the door open, the wood creaking under my grip. There was no one there. Just the dark, empty mountain air and the howling storm. The only thing that remained was a strange, metallic taste in the air, as if something had shifted. I slammed the door shut, locking it quickly and bolting it for good measure. My pulse hammered in my ears, and my thoughts spun in confusion. What was that? Who, or what, had been knocking? I backed away from the door, my mind racing. The air inside the cabin had thickened, weighed down by an invisible presence. The shadows seemed to grow longer, stretching unnaturally across the room. I could feel the silence closing in around me, thick and suffocating. Then, the clock struck 10:15. In that instant, the cabin shuddered again. The floor beneath me trembled with a subtle, disorienting vibration. But this time, it wasn't just the thunder, it was something else. Something in the cabin. I turned toward the fireplace, the flames dancing in the hearth, but something was wrong. The flames twisted unnaturally, flickering with an eerie green glow. I blinked, convinced I was seeing things, but when I looked again, the fire was back to normal. My breathing quickened. I had to leave. But before I could make a move, the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift. I blinked, thinking I was imagining it, but no. The dark corners of the cabin moved. They weren't just shadows anymore, they were alive. I could see them curling and twisting like living tendrils, reaching toward me with an unsettling slowness. I could almost hear them whispering, the voices indistinct but unmistakable. Leave, before it's too late. The words froze me in place. A dread unlike anything I had ever felt washed over me. My legs felt like lead, my body paralyzed. The whispers grew louder, the shadows in the corners deeper. I couldn't tear my eyes away as the darkness in the room seemed to rise, coalescing into something tangible, something present. The fire flickered again. And then, in the brief flicker of flame, I saw it. The figure, standing just beyond the edge of the room, cloaked in shadow, its face obscured but its presence undeniable. It was there, in the corner of my vision. The figure from the shadows. I felt its gaze before I saw it. A cold, oppressive gaze that seemed to pierce through me, reading every inch of my fear, every tremble in my body. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The figure took a step toward me. Step, step. The ground trembled again. This time, it wasn't just the storm outside. The entire cabin seemed to shake, the walls warping, bending under an invisible pressure. The figure moved again, slowly, deliberately, each step dragging the shadows closer. I couldn't move. My mind was frozen in terror. Then, a soft voice whispered, directly into my ear. You should have left when you had the chance. The world went black. Every night, the storms became more intense. The flashes of lightning no longer illuminated just the night sky, they pierced the very fabric of the cabin, throwing jagged shadows across the walls that seemed to writhe and shift. The thunder wasn't just sound anymore. It was a force, a presence that reverberated through my chest, rattling my bones and shaking the very foundation of the refuge. It was as if the storm was no longer a natural occurrence, but something intentional, something deliberate. One evening, I decided I could no longer ignore it. At exactly 10 p.m., I stood by the window, staring into the dark. I had made up my mind. I would confront whatever was causing these storms. Whatever it was no longer something I could simply run from. The moment the storm began, the air shifted again. The cabin trembled under the pressure of the wind, and I could feel the walls breathing with a strange, unnatural rhythm. I gathered every ounce of courage, grabbed a flashlight, and pushed open the door. The cold night air hit me like a wall, sharp and biting, but I forced myself to step outside. As I stood on the porch, the landscape around me seemed to shift and warp. The mountains loomed in the distance, their outlines bending like smoke, as though they too were part of the storm. The ground beneath my feet felt unstable, as if the very earth was shifting beneath me. I turned back to the door, half expecting to see the hallway from before, but it was just the porch. For a moment, relief washed over me. But then I saw it. In the distance, a figure stood, its back to me, silhouetted against the glowing horizon. I couldn't make out its details at first, but it was tall, impossibly tall, and its shape was distorted, like a shadow stretched too thin. It seemed to be waiting, motionless, staring at the cabin with an unsettling intensity. I couldn't tell if it was human, or something else entirely. The storm intensified, lightning flashing again, and I saw something shift in the figure's stance. It turned, and for a brief moment, I saw its face, a face that was vaguely familiar but twisted beyond recognition. It was me. But not me. It was something else, contorted with anguish, eyes wide with madness, mouth agape as though screaming soundlessly. I froze, my heart slamming in my chest. For a moment, I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, to call out, but the air was too thick, too heavy, pressing down on me like a weight. My legs felt like lead, and I couldn't tear my gaze away from the figure. Then, in an instant, it was gone. The figure disappeared, as if it had never been there. The storm's intensity reached its peak, the wind howling through the mountain pass, and I felt the walls of reality themselves creaking under the strain. The figure wasn't the only thing that had shifted. The entire world around me felt wrong. I rushed back into the cabin, locking the door behind me. My hands shook violently as I leaned against it, gasping for air, my mind racing. Was that a vision? A hallucination brought on by stress, isolation, or the lingering effects of the accident? Or was it something far worse, something connected to this cursed place? The clock struck 10:33 p.m., and the storm suddenly stopped. As abruptly as it had begun, the wind ceased, and the air became still. The cabin was silent once again, but the oppressive weight that had filled it remained. I glanced nervously at the clock, watching the second hand tick relentlessly forward. Was I losing my mind? That night, I tried to sleep, but the shadows in the corners of the cabin kept shifting, twisting into shapes that made my skin crawl. I would close my eyes, only for them to open again when I heard a creak, a scrape, or the faintest whisper in the wind. Every inch of the cabin seemed to be watching me. By the time dawn finally arrived, I was physically drained, my body exhausted from lack of rest, my mind frayed by the night's events. The storm was gone, but the sense of dread remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trapped, that I had walked into something much darker than a simple mountain refuge. As the days passed, I tried to maintain my routine, forcing myself to continue with my exercises, to push through the pain in my leg. But the storms kept coming, always at exactly 10 p.m. Every time, the same precise pattern, the same unnatural feel to the weather. The world outside seemed to bend under the pressure of the storms, and I could feel my grip on reality slipping, piece by piece. And then, one night, the storm came again, but this time it was different. As I stood on the porch, watching the lightning tear across the sky, I realized I wasn't alone. The figure was back, closer this time, standing just beyond the cabin, waiting. It was no longer a shadow, it was solid, real, and its eyes. I could feel its eyes on me, digging into me, searching for something I wasn't sure I wanted to give. The storm raged around me, the winds howling, the lightning flashing, but I didn't move. I couldn't. And for the first time, I understood. The storms weren't just an anomaly. They weren't just the result of some freak weather pattern. They were watching me. And in that moment, I knew that the mountain had claimed me. I could feel the cold sweat soaking through my clothes, my hands trembling uncontrollably as I sat there on the floor. The weight of what I had just witnessed pressed down on me, threatening to crush my chest. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Was it just another trick of the storm, the same hallucinations that had plagued me since the first storm's arrival? But the eyes, my eyes, stayed with me. They weren't an illusion. I knew that. I had seen them too clearly, had felt the gaze burn into me, too personal, too real. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was waiting for me in this cabin, whatever had ensnared me, was closer now. It had crossed some threshold, moved deeper into my world. And it wasn't done with me yet. The storm subsided completely at 10:33 p.m., just like every night before it. The cabin returned to its normal state, the walls no longer shaking, the eerie, twisted shadows fading into the warmth of the fireplace. But I could no longer fool myself. I had opened something, unintentionally, of course. But it had been opened, nonetheless. I knew now, more than ever, that my time here was running out. The clock, that awful ticking clock, was counting down the days. The notebook had mentioned the 100th storm, and the thought of it sent a fresh wave of panic through me. What would happen then? What was the convergence? Was it the final storm, the storm that would complete whatever twisted thing was happening in this place? Would it erase me entirely, or worse, turn me into one of those twisted versions of myself I had glimpsed? I had seen the pattern. The other versions of me, all of them pale, haggard, and afraid, locked in some twisted loop of my own making. Was I doomed to join them? Was I already becoming one of them, trapped in this place? The questions swirled in my mind, faster and faster, each one building upon the last until I felt like I might explode from the weight of it all. I had to do something, anything, before the 100th storm arrived. I couldn't let it come. But what could I do? There was no clear escape. No way out. I spent the next few days in a blur of panic and obsession, trying to find any clues, any patterns that might help me escape. I meticulously mapped out the cabin each night, recording every shift, every alteration, hoping that I could find some way to anchor myself to the present. But the cabin kept changing, pulling me further into its shifting labyrinth. No matter how many times I opened a door or checked a window, it always felt as though the walls were closing in. And then there was the basement. The stairs I had discovered were not meant to be there. They didn't belong to this reality, to this cabin. But they were real. I had felt them under my feet, had seen the dark shape of the figure in the shadows. It was only a matter of time before I would be pulled back into that basement, deeper into whatever had begun this nightmare. As the 100th storm neared, I couldn't help but wonder if I had already crossed some invisible line. Had I already entered the alternate timeline the notebook had warned about? Was the cabin now just another reflection, a fractured piece of reality held together by nothing but the storm's eerie precision? I had been warned. But I hadn't left. I hadn't even tried to escape. Instead, I had returned, over and over again, hoping for a resolution that never came. Each storm, each shift, each new vision of myself had only led me deeper into this endless maze. The storm didn't end. It never ended. As I sat there, frozen by the firelight, the same question plagued me: was I the one who opened the door? Or had the door opened for me? I didn't have an answer. I stood there, the weight of the moment settling on me like a thick blanket, suffocating me in its oppressive stillness. The storm had ceased. The cabin was unchanged. The knot in the door, the familiar surroundings, everything was as it had been, as it always had been. But a chill ran down my spine as I realized something deeper was at play here. I had found the right door, the right cabin, but was I truly free? I glanced at the clock again, but this time, it didn't comfort me. It only seemed like a mocking reminder of time's grip on me. The storm had stopped, but the unease didn't vanish. I felt it in the pit of my stomach, crawling like 1,000 unseen spiders. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to steady my breathing. The air in the room felt too still, too perfect, as if it were a trick. Was this the original cabin? Or had I merely stepped into a version of it, another layer of this twisting, never-ending nightmare? The floor creaked, and I froze, my pulse racing once again. My eyes darted around the room, expecting to see something, anything, that would give me a sense of finality. The cabin held its silence, as though watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. And then I heard it. The faintest whisper, almost drowned out by the now dead storm. A voice. My name. I jumped, spinning around, the flashlight slipping from my hand and clattering to the floor. But the room was empty. Just the quiet hum of the wood settling, the faint trickle of the wind outside. I swallowed hard, trying to fight the rising tide of dread that clawed at my throat. Is this it? I whispered to the empty room, not really sure who I was asking. My reflection in the small mirror above the mantel caught my eye, and for a split second, I thought I saw something behind me, something moving, no, someone moving. But when I turned, there was nothing. The knot on the door, the one I had so carefully identified, the one that had felt like the key to my escape, now seemed meaningless. The storm was over, yes, but had I really found the end of this twisted journey? Or had I merely stumbled further into its depths? I thought about the notebook, the warnings it had contained, the obsessive details of past storms and the toll they had taken on those who had come before me. Had I truly escaped, or was I now a part of that tragic pattern, destined to fade into another forgotten version of myself? My heart pounded as I realized the terrifying truth: perhaps the storm never ends. It only shifts, each version pulling me deeper into its labyrinth. I tried to calm myself, to rationalize. But as I sat there in the dim light, the sound of my own breath became increasingly unbearable. The feeling of being watched grew stronger with each passing second. I couldn't shake the sensation that something was waiting just beyond my sight, just beyond the edges of my perception. I stepped toward the window, looking out into the quiet night. The storm had passed, but the sky felt wrong. It was too still. Too calm. And then, just as I turned to step back, the door slammed shut behind me. I didn't hear the wind. I didn't hear a thing. Just the thud of the door closing as though it had a will of its own. I turned, my breath catching in my throat. The clock was ticking. And I knew, deep in my bones, that the storm would never stop. Not truly. Not as long as I stayed in this place. Mr. Howard was everything a successful investor was supposed to be: charming, articulate, and effortlessly confident. His sharp suit seemed almost too perfect, and the gleam in his eyes was unnervingly intense. He exuded an energy that made me uneasy, as though he could peer right into the depths of my mind and find all my weaknesses. But I pushed the discomfort aside, chalking it up to my own tendency to overanalyze everything. He presented me with an opportunity unlike any other. A new venture, a project that promised returns so high they bordered on absurd. "It's simple," he said, his voice smooth as silk. "We just need to take a risk, a small one. The reward is worth it." The figures he laid out were staggering, but what really caught my attention was the speed with which it all seemed to work. I should have walked away. I knew that. But my logical mind saw the numbers, and they didn't lie. The returns were real. The pattern was flawless. As an accountant, I understood this kind of precision. But there was something wrong. Something intangible gnawed at the edges of my awareness, like a distant hum that I couldn't place, an instinct that told me I was about to make a terrible mistake. But I didn't listen to it. I pushed forward, eager for the success that seemed inevitable. I invested, calculated, and watched as the money flowed in. At first, everything went according to plan. The figures on the screen danced, increasing by the hour. Mr. Howard's charisma seemed to increase with each passing day as well. His words, his assurances, became more forceful, more commanding. And the more I saw the numbers grow, the more I wanted to believe in him. But then, little things started to happen. Nothing overt, nothing I could definitively point to and say, "This is the cause of my unease." I began to forget things, small things, like meetings or numbers that didn't add up the way they should. Then, I started seeing things in the corners of my eyes. Faint movements, shadows that lingered just a little too long. I thought it was stress at first. The pressure of making big financial decisions, the late nights spent poring over spreadsheets. But it didn't stop. One night, I was working late in my office. The lights flickered briefly, and then the room seemed to darken just enough that I could see nothing but my own reflection in the glass window. The reflection wasn't quite right. For a split second, I saw something, someone else behind me, standing just beyond the edge of the glass. I turned quickly, but the room was empty. Shaken, I tried to convince myself that it was just fatigue, but the unease lingered, clawing at my insides. When I glanced at my phone, I noticed a message from Mr. Howard. "Great progress," it read. "You're almost there." I hadn't spoken to him in days. I hadn't received any messages, at least not that I remembered. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I read it again, trying to make sense of how he knew what I was doing at that moment. His presence, his influence, seemed to be everywhere, even when he wasn't physically there. The messages became more frequent, more insistent. "Just one more step," he wrote. "Just a little more investment, and the door will open." What door? I thought. And then, in the middle of the night, I dreamed. I dreamt of a vast hallway, endless and stretching into shadows. I walked through it, drawn by a force I couldn't understand, and as I moved deeper, I saw doors lining the walls, each one slightly ajar, with soft, golden light spilling from the cracks. I reached out to open one, and as my hand touched the knob, I woke up with a start. My heart was racing. I couldn't explain the dream, but it felt real, as if it had happened, as if I had been there. The unease I'd pushed away now roared to the forefront of my thoughts. The next day, I received a call from Mr. Howard. His voice was colder, more detached than I remembered. "We need to finalize everything," he said. "This is the final step. You're too far in to back out now." There was something off about his tone. His calmness felt like a knife, sharp and cutting through any resistance I might have had left. "You've made your choice," he added, his voice dropping, almost a whisper. "Now it's time to collect what's yours." I felt the world shift around me. His words, "Now it's time to collect what's yours," felt like a threat. Not just a financial threat, but something deeper, something far darker. Suddenly, I realized I wasn't just a part of his plan, I was the final piece. Something had shifted when I made the first investment, when I accepted his offer. I had walked through a door, and now I couldn't turn back. Something was waiting on the other side of that door, and it was no longer just about money. It was something far worse. The next few days passed in a blur. I began to question the very nature of my reality. Things around me started to feel off-kilter, as if I was walking through a world that wasn't fully real. I began seeing people, strangers, who seemed to know things about me, details I had never shared. My life was no longer just a series of financial calculations. It had become something darker, more insidious. I couldn't escape the feeling that Mr. Howard had orchestrated it all. That from the moment I met him, my life had been part of a plan, a system that was far beyond mere investments and returns. And then, one evening, I sat alone in my office, surrounded by files and ledgers, trying to make sense of what had happened. That's when I saw it, on the screen of my computer, a single line of code appeared, blinking in the corner of the spreadsheet, "Exit door." I froze. My body went cold. The phrase seemed to pulse on the screen, as if beckoning me. Was it real? Or was it part of whatever twisted game Mr. Howard had been playing all along? I looked around the office, my hands trembling. I could feel it again, the weight of something watching me, pulling at the edges of my awareness. I had crossed a threshold I didn't understand. And now, there was no going back. The door, the real door, was closing in on me, and I wasn't sure if I was ready for what lay beyond. But even as I tried to push the feeling aside, it lingered, like a shadow. Mr. Howard's smile never seemed to reach his eyes. There was something unnerving about the way he watched me, as if he could see inside me, past the facade I so carefully maintained. His words flowed smoothly, and I found myself nodding along, agreeing to terms I hadn't fully processed. The numbers were too big to ignore. The promises of wealth, too alluring to resist. As our meetings continued, I found myself drawn deeper into his web. He seemed to know things about me that no one else could. The subtle suggestions he made, the way he would casually drop pieces of personal information about my past, things I had never mentioned to him, felt like a silent invitation into something much larger, something darker. One evening, as I left his office building, I noticed something I had never paid attention to before. The gargoyles on the rooftop were no longer just silent statues. In the dim light of the street lamps, they seemed to be watching me. Their eyes, cold, lifeless, but somehow aware, made my skin crawl. I quickened my pace, my footsteps echoing too loudly in the empty street, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me. I chalked it up to paranoia, but that night, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his eyes, Mr. Howard's eyes, piercing into me, pulling me closer to something I couldn't quite understand. There was a sharp edge to my thoughts, a gnawing sense of dread that I couldn't ignore. The next day, Mr. Howard sent me an email, a simple message inviting me to a private event. A celebration of our shared success, it read, where you'll finally see the full scope of what's possible with our partnership. I almost didn't respond. Something in my gut screamed at me to step back, to cut ties before it was too late. But the thought of the wealth, the success, the recognition, it was too intoxicating to resist. I couldn't bring myself to say no. That evening, I arrived at the venue, an old, sprawling mansion on the outskirts of the city. The building was a relic, almost Gothic in its appearance, with wrought iron gates that seemed to moan in the wind. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of aged wood and candle wax. The guests, all well-dressed and polite, gave off an air of quiet power, their conversations low and insistent. But as I mingled among them, I noticed something that unsettled me more than anything else. The eyes of the people in the room, their gaze was too intense, too knowing, as if they saw right through me. I felt like a puppet, strings pulled by an unseen force. And Mr. Howard, standing by the fireplace, watching me with that cold smile, seemed to be at the center of it all. At one point, he approached me, his presence commanding yet eerily calm. "I'm glad you're here," he said softly. "You're closer than you think." I didn't know what he meant. But the moment his words left his lips, I felt a strange sensation, as if the room had tilted just slightly. The walls seemed to stretch out, the faces around me began to blur and shift. I reached for the glass of wine in my hand, but it felt wrong, too light, as though it was no longer just wine, but something darker, something that knew me. "It's time," Mr. Howard said, his voice almost a whisper, but it reverberated in my chest like a drumbeat. Before I could react, a door behind him opened, revealing a dark passageway. I couldn't see what lay beyond it, but an unnatural pull came over me, like the gravity of the universe itself was guiding me forward. The others in the room seemed to part, allowing me to pass. Their eyes followed me, their expressions unreadable. As I stepped into the corridor, the atmosphere shifted again. The air grew thicker, heavier, as if it were pressing down on me. The faint scent of burning wood filled my nose, and the walls seemed to close in. The sound of my footsteps became muffled, swallowed by the overwhelming silence. I reached the end of the hallway, and before I could turn back, I heard a faint whisper, just a murmur, but it felt like it was right inside my mind. "Welcome to the next step," it said. And then, the door in front of me opened. The room inside was unlike anything I had ever seen. The walls were lined with shelves filled with objects I couldn't name. Some appeared to be ancient relics, others seemed impossibly futuristic. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which lay a small, glowing object, something between a gemstone and a device. Mr. Howard appeared behind me, his hand gently resting on my shoulder. "This is the moment," he said, his voice low and reverent. "The moment you step beyond the ordinary. The moment you truly understand what it means to belong to something greater." His words hung in the air, a promise, a warning, I couldn't decide. I reached out toward the object, my fingers trembling. The moment my hand touched it, the room seemed to shift again. Reality itself twisted, folding over on itself in ways that made no sense. The walls, the objects, the very air, I felt like I was drowning in it, consumed by it. And in that moment, I understood. This was it. The truth I had unknowingly been drawn to. A truth that Mr. Howard had been waiting for me to uncover, to finally accept. But at what cost? What price had I truly paid to be part of this world he had built? I felt my heartbeat slow, my thoughts quieting, as I was pulled into a deeper, darker reality. And just as my vision blurred, as I was drawn into the void, he whispered again. "Now, you are one of us." I don't know what happened next. Whether I was swallowed by the dark, or if I truly joined whatever Mr. Howard represented. All I know is that when I awoke, everything had changed. My life was no longer my own. And the price for that knowledge, for that power, was more than I could have ever imagined. I had entered a world where nothing was as it seemed, and there was no way back. The investor's decline was too systematic to be ignored. There was a pattern, one that Mr. Howard had clearly perfected over decades, maybe longer. The physical toll they endured, the drain on their vitality, it was impossible to dismiss as mere coincidence. The more I learned, the more I realized I was witnessing the manifestation of something ancient, something not entirely human. The whispers in my apartment became clearer, more insistent, urging me to stop, to leave it all behind. But I couldn't. I was too far in. And Mr. Howard was always there, lurking in the periphery, his steady gaze never faltering. One evening, as I worked late into the night, I found a hidden drawer in my desk, one I hadn't noticed before. It was small, but it had a peculiar weight to it, as though it was holding something it didn't want me to find. Inside, I discovered a collection of photographs, hundreds of them. Each one depicted men and women who looked remarkably similar to the clients I had seen in the office, yet they were older, worn down, their faces gaunt and lifeless. The most unsettling part was that every photograph had the same grim smile, the same vacant stare. I turned over one of the photos to find a date, but there was no date. Instead, there was a single phrase scrawled on the back, "Another harvest completed." My blood ran cold. I tried to put the photos back, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped them onto the floor. I couldn't breathe. That was the moment I understood. Mr. Howard wasn't just an investor, he was something far more sinister. He didn't just take money, he took life. Piece by piece, day by day, until there was nothing left but an empty shell. He had been doing it for decades, if not centuries, using the guise of financial prosperity to mask his true nature. Desperation clawed at me. I knew I had to confront him, to find out how deep this went. I needed answers. But I also knew that whatever I uncovered, it might be too late for me. The changes in my appearance were subtle, but undeniable. My skin was becoming thinner, my hair dull and brittle. The more I looked in the mirror, the more I saw a stranger's face staring back at me. It was as if the years were being pulled from me, bit by bit, just like the others. I made the decision to confront him. I gathered everything I had, the photos, the ledgers, the reports, and went to his office, determined to end this. But when I arrived, the building was empty. The front door stood wide open, creaking in the wind. Inside, the lights were dim, the air stale, as though no one had been there for days. The receptionist's desk was empty, and the elevators stood motionless. I walked through the darkened halls, my footsteps echoing in the silence. As I approached Mr. Howard's office, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The office was exactly as I remembered it, except for one thing. The desk. It was empty. No papers, no computer, no sign of Mr. Howard. But on the desk was a single object, an ornate box, carved with symbols I didn't recognize. It was open, and inside was a small piece of paper with a message written in elegant, looping handwriting. It simply read, "You should have stayed away." Before I could react, the door slammed shut behind me. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the air grew thick with the unmistakable scent of decay. I turned to face the room, and there, standing in the corner, was Mr. Howard. His grin was wider now, almost too wide, stretching unnaturally across his face. His eyes glowed a sickly green, and I could feel them burrowing into my soul. "You've come too far," he said softly. "There's no turning back now." I backed away, my mind racing. I tried to speak, but no words came. His gaze intensified, and for a moment, I was paralyzed, unable to move. Then, just as quickly as it had begun, everything stopped. The air cleared, the lights flickered back to life, and the room was once again silent. But Mr. Howard was gone. I was left alone in the office, trembling, with the feeling that I had barely escaped something far worse than I could comprehend. I stumbled out of the building, unsure if I was still in the same world, or if I had somehow crossed into another dimension altogether. The line between reality and illusion had blurred beyond recognition. To this day, I don't know if Mr. Howard was a man at all, or something far darker. All I know is that I was lucky to leave when I did. And that every time I close my eyes, I hear the faint sound of a ticking clock, counting down to something I can't escape. I don't go near any financial opportunities anymore. I refuse to even touch a stock market report or a ledger. The world is full of traps, hidden behind smiles and promises of success. And Mr. Howard, I'm sure, is still out there, waiting for someone else to come along, someone to fall for his charm, and someone to join the ranks of those he has taken. I began locking my doors and windows at all hours, but no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched. I would find strange items left on my desk, papers I hadn't touched, small tokens that didn't belong. Once, I woke up in the middle of the night to find a photo of myself lying on the floor near the front door. It was a candid shot taken from the street, where I had been walking just days earlier. The sense of being followed, of being part of something I couldn't fully understand, began to consume me. My reflection became increasingly alien to me. I looked older each time I saw myself in the mirror, though I was certain that time had not passed. My skin became thin and pale, my eyes dimming, hollowing out. The weight of exhaustion bore down on me with each step, and I found it harder to stay awake, my mind drifting between nightmares and wakefulness. The world outside my apartment blurred, and even when I was in public, I couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was staring at me, that they could see the slow, creeping decay that was setting in. When I could no longer ignore the pull, I went back to Mr. Howard's office, knowing that if I didn't confront him now, I would lose any chance of freedom. I had to stop this, before it consumed me entirely. The office was as silent as a tomb when I arrived, the usual bustle of workers and clients absent. I entered, heart pounding, expecting to find him waiting in the shadows. But the office was empty, and for a moment, I allowed myself to hope that perhaps I was just imagining things. Maybe the stories, the photographs, the offer, all of it had been some grotesque hallucination brought on by my own paranoia. But as I walked deeper into the room, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The walls seemed to lean closer, the air thick and oppressive. I turned the corner to his office door, and there, sitting at the desk, was Mr. Howard. His smile was wider than I remembered, his eyes gleaming with that unnatural green light. "You've come," he said softly, his voice smooth like silk. "I knew you would. There's no escaping once you've seen the truth." "I don't want this," I forced out, my voice trembling. "I want to walk away. I want to leave." He laughed, low and slow. "You can't leave, not now. You've already taken the first step. You've seen too much. You've already joined the circle, whether you realize it or not." My body stiffened, the words sinking in like poison. He was right. I couldn't deny it. The moment I laid eyes on him, I had crossed a line. My life, my essence, was already intertwined with his in ways I couldn't understand. "But you still have a choice," he continued, the words laced with an unsettling calm. "You can join us fully, or you can walk away with your life. But you'll lose everything else." I knew then that there was no escaping. There was no going back to the life I had before. I had already been marked, my soul slowly siphoned away with each passing day. The life I thought I was living was slipping through my fingers, just like those poor investors before me. I walked toward him, feeling the pull of his presence, the suffocating gravity of his offer. My reflection in the polished glass door seemed to blur, as if the very act of approaching him was pulling me into a new reality. The choice was no longer mine. It had been made for me the moment I stepped into his world. "Welcome," Mr. Howard said, his voice a whisper in the quiet room. "Welcome to eternity." Among the blurred edges and peeling paint of the carousel horses, I noticed something strange, a figure. A shadowy silhouette, barely discernible, standing by the cracked ride. It wasn't clear if it was a trick of the light or something more, but the shape was unnervingly humanoid. A ripple of unease snaked down my spine. I had been alone when I took the photos, hadn't I? I could remember the lonely crackling of the wind, the deep silence that hung over the place. But now, I was sure I hadn't seen that figure with my eyes. Still, I brushed it off. There were always oddities when capturing abandoned places, mirages of light, strange reflections, the trick of an overactive imagination. But as the hours stretched into the quiet of the night, I began to reconsider. Something about this place gnawed at me. The next day, I returned, drawn by an irresistible pull, though I couldn't explain why. The air was colder, the shadows deeper, and the remnants of the park seemed to have shifted subtly. I found myself walking to the old circus tent, its fabric shredded by time and wind, the skeletal frame of the once grand structure reaching towards the sky like a ruined cathedral. There, I found the strangest part of the park, the Ferris wheel. It stood, impossibly, as if time had bent around it. Despite the years of neglect, it was almost intact, its cars swaying lightly in the breeze, as though they were still in use. The wheels themselves gleamed faintly in the muted light, a quiet, eerie glow that seemed unnatural in the otherwise decaying park. I approached, my feet dragging with the weight of something I couldn't name, the sensation of being pulled deeper into something that wasn't just a derelict amusement park, but something far more sinister. As I stood beneath the massive wheel, I heard it, soft, like a whisper on the wind. A faint laughter. High-pitched and childish, but laced with something dark, something mocking. I spun around, half expecting to see a group of kids or some pranksters, but I was alone. The laughter continued, now mingled with a faint melody, a tune I couldn't place but felt as though I had heard a lifetime ago. I lifted my camera to capture the scene, but when I clicked the shutter, the image that appeared on the screen was not what I had seen with my own eyes. Instead of an empty Ferris wheel surrounded by ruin, the image was that of a bustling carnival, the Ferris wheel alive with motion, the sound of carnival music playing in the background. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I swiped through the other photos I had taken. The images, once clear and defined, had shifted, blurry faces appeared in the background of some shots, some laughing, others staring directly at the lens. But there was something wrong with them, something deeply unsettling about their eyes. My stomach churned as I looked closer. In one photo, a figure stood behind the carousel horses. It was that same shadow from the previous day, but now it was clearer, more defined. And its face, it was not human. Twisted features, contorted as though caught in some eternal grimace. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my spine as I zoomed in, the distorted face staring right back at me. It was as if the figure knew what I was thinking, its gaze knowing, predatory. I stumbled back, the camera falling from my hands. The air around me felt heavy, oppressive, like the very atmosphere had thickened into something tangible. The wind picked up again, the sound of it growing into a roar. I looked around, half expecting the park to be overrun with people, like it had somehow come back to life, like the photo had somehow pulled me into it. But all I saw was decay. I had to leave. The park no longer felt abandoned, it felt like a trap. I had wandered too deep into its grip, and now I could hear the faint echoes of distant laughter once again, rising on the wind. I sprinted back to the entrance, the weight of an unseen presence pushing against me. As I reached the gates, I turned for one last look at the park. The Ferris wheel spun slowly, the sound of its metal creaking in the breeze, and that laughter, faint, but unmistakable, echoed in my ears. I turned and ran, not stopping until I was miles away. I haven't been back since, though I've heard others whisper about the park in hushed tones, claiming to have seen strange things, heard things they couldn't explain. Every so often, I wonder if it's just a place of decay and forgotten memories. But deep down, I know better. The park is still there, waiting. Waiting for someone else to wander in, to hear that faint laughter and be pulled into its twisted past. I've kept the photos I took that day, even though I'm not sure I'll ever look at them again. But every now and then, I feel an overwhelming urge to do so, to see those faces again, those twisted, distorted faces that haunt me, just to remind myself that I am not imagining it. That I wasn't the only one who heard the laughter, the one who saw the impossible. It's always there, in the back of my mind, the knowledge that once you step into that park, there's no real escape. And maybe, just maybe, the park itself isn't done with me yet. The historian had said that the circus had been the park's original attraction, a troupe of performers who were said to have mysteriously vanished one night. There were no records, no concrete answers, just rumors that the troupe's final performance had been an illusion, one that might have swallowed them whole. The phrase, suspended eternity, kept repeating in my mind, echoing from that forgotten tale. As I walked toward the carousel, I noticed that the horses were no longer scattered as they had been in the earlier visits. They were arranged in a perfect circle, their chipped, faded paint almost gleaming under the dim, unnatural light. The sound of distant carnival music hummed faintly in the air, but it was out of sync with the surroundings, like a ghost of something long past. I stopped in my tracks. The sound wasn't coming from speakers, it was the wind, I reasoned, perhaps tangled in the wreckage of old equipment. But the music was oddly persistent, growing louder with every passing second. I raised my camera to capture the carousel. The lens flickered for a brief moment, as though the image before me was shifting. The ride seemed to animate in the viewfinder, faint images of children in old-fashioned clothing, laughing and spinning on the carousel horses. My heart stopped for a split second. I looked up, expecting to see nothing but the ruinous structure I had come to know. Instead, the horses were spinning slowly, with no one guiding them, no one riding them. I lowered the camera and rubbed my eyes. There was a distinct metallic taste in the back of my throat now. I stepped back, feeling the earth beneath me shift just slightly, as if the ground itself was moving in rhythm with the eerie tune that never seemed to stop. The carousel slowed to a stop, and the laughter faded, but something lingered in the air. The hairs on my neck stood on end as I turned and realized I was not alone. A figure stood a few paces away, almost blending in with the shadows. It was one of the translucent figures from my photographs, a woman with a gaunt, hollow face. She was dressed in faded circus attire, with a pale white gown and lace trim, her eyes fixed on me with a disturbing intensity. I froze. The camera slipped from my hands, clattering onto the pavement, its lens facing up at the sky. My breath caught in my chest, my body paralyzed by an instinctual terror. I opened my mouth to call out, but no sound came. The woman's lips barely moved, but I heard her voice in my mind. "The performance is not over," she whispered, a cold wind licking at my skin. The words chilled me to the core, and I stumbled backward. The carousel began to turn again, this time faster, as if powered by something unseen, an invisible force driving its rotation. I didn't know how I was moving, but my legs carried me, quickly and without thought, toward the exit. The figure's eyes followed me as I ran, her gaze burning through the air, following my every frantic step. I could feel the pull of the park, its energy tugging at me, urging me to stay, to witness something, perhaps the final illusion that had begun so long ago. When I reached the gate, it didn't open. I pulled harder, desperation fueling my every movement. The ground trembled beneath me, the laughter louder now, surrounding me from every corner of the park. As I glanced back, I could see figures now, more of them, appearing from the shadows, translucent but distinct, their faces frozen in a mixture of joy and terror. With one final yank, the gate gave way, and I tumbled out of the park, gasping for air. The laughter faded with each step I took, but it still echoed in my mind. The illusionary carnival had followed me, its grip still tight around my chest. I didn't stop running until the park was far behind me, the sounds of the twisted festivities no longer in my ears, but still lingering in my soul. I couldn't bring myself to look at the photos when I returned home. My hands shook as I set my camera on the desk, too afraid to examine what I had captured. I was sure I had seen something, but I couldn't face it, not yet. I've kept the photos hidden, though I know they hold something impossible, something otherworldly that I cannot explain. The park calls to me still, like a whisper on the wind. I hear it late at night, when the wind shifts and the world feels just a little off. The laughter, the music, the faint glimmer of those translucent figures. Sometimes, I wonder if I've been marked by whatever was left behind in that forsaken place. And if, someday, the park will pull me back to complete its final performance. I awoke in a cold sweat, my pulse racing, the sounds of that distant, hollow laughter echoing in my ears. The laughter, as though mocking me, as if it came from the very walls of my apartment. I checked the photos again, hoping to find a reasonable explanation, but they only seemed to confirm my growing sense of dread. There was no logical explanation for how I could have captured myself in the pictures, or for the vibrant, unsettling reality that appeared in the frames. That night, I returned to the park, my heart thundering in my chest. I felt an irresistible pull, an almost magnetic compulsion to confront whatever was happening here. The air was heavier than before, and the park felt different. The laughter still lingered, faint but persistent, but now, it seemed closer, more immediate. I walked further into the ruins, my camera in hand, but it felt like a lifeline and a curse in equal measure. The carousel, which had once appeared stagnant and dead, now spun slowly, its wooden horses rocking back and forth as if guided by unseen hands. The music, faint but unmistakable, echoed through the park. It was the same haunting melody I had heard in my nightmares. My breath caught in my throat as I lifted the camera and snapped a photo of the carousel, my hands trembling uncontrollably. As the flash went off, the figures in the photo changed. The faces of the people on the carousel were clearer, more defined, but now, their expressions had shifted. They no longer appeared joyful. Instead, they looked anxious, desperate, as if caught in some terrible moment. I zoomed in on one of the faces and gasped. It was me, my eyes, my features, but a version of me twisted by something dark and impossible. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I wasn't just photographing ghosts, I was becoming part of whatever distorted reality the park had created. The figures I saw in my photos, the ones I had thought were just reflections or optical illusions, were real, and now they were pulling me into the park's nightmare. As I stood frozen in horror, the carousel stopped spinning, and the park fell into a suffocating silence. My breath hitched in my chest. I turned to leave, but something made me stop. A figure stood at the far end of the path, watching me. The illusionist. He was tall, his presence unmistakable, like a shadow carved from the remnants of time itself. His eyes glowed with that same unsettling green hue, and his lips curled into a smile, as though he had been waiting for me. My legs felt heavy, but I couldn't move. He spoke, his voice like a low, hypnotic whisper that seemed to vibrate in the air. You found your way into the heart of the illusion, haven't you? Welcome to eternity. I tried to speak, but my voice failed me. Panic surged through me, my mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. What was happening to me? Why was I here? His smile widened, and for a brief moment, I swore I saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes, as though he knew me better than I knew myself. I could feel the world around me warping, shifting in ways that defied logic. The ground beneath my feet felt unstable, like the entire park was bending, folding into itself. The carousel began spinning again, faster this time, and the ghostly figures on it began to stretch, their limbs contorting as if pulled by unseen forces. I could hear their laughter, hollow and distorted, echoing in the air. Desperation clawed at my chest as I stumbled back. The illusionist's gaze followed me, unblinking, as if he were measuring my every move. I had to get out. I had to escape. But the path to the gate seemed further away with every step I took. As I turned to run, my foot caught on something, and I fell forward, my hands scraping against the rough, cracked pavement. I looked up, and for the first time, I saw the true scope of the park's transformation. The carnival rides were no longer just relics of a forgotten time. They were alive, twisting and shifting as though they were part of a living organism. The laughter grew louder, more frantic. And then, I realized something worse: the park was no longer just a place. It had become part of me, embedded in my thoughts, in my memories. The illusionist's voice echoed in my mind, "Welcome to eternity." With a final, desperate cry, I ran. My footsteps echoed through the park, but no matter how far I ran, I couldn't escape. The park, with all its twisted memories, followed me. And in that moment, I understood. There was no leaving. Not for me. Not for anyone who had set foot inside. The park would always be there, waiting. And someday, someone else would come, just as I had, drawn by the lure of its illusions. And when they did, the cycle would begin again. The memory of their eager, frozen smiles haunted me. It was as if they were trapped, waiting for something, an experience that would never materialize, an illusion that never reached its climax. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was now part of that same cycle, lingering between reality and illusion, tethered by the camera that still held their image. In the days that followed, I tried to live normally. I went about my routine, spoke to friends, even worked on other photography projects, but the sense of dread always lingered, an uninvited guest that refused to leave. Every time I looked at my camera, my pulse quickened, and the weight of what I had done, what I had fed, pressed down on me. I could feel it, the pull of the park, the way it had wrapped itself around me. It was as though the place had seeped into my bones, infecting my every thought. I told myself I'd put it behind me. I didn't need to revisit the park, didn't need to confront the images that I knew had captured something far darker than just abandoned rides. But that gnawing compulsion wouldn't let go. I had become part of it. One evening, I couldn't resist any longer. I opened my laptop, the screen illuminating the room with a cold light. My hands shook as I clicked through the photos again. At first, everything seemed as it should, empty carnival rides, overgrown stalls, faded posters. But as I scrolled further, the distortions began. Faces, eyes, and shapes shifted within the frames. The figures in the background were clearer now, their features more defined, their expressions more desperate. And then I saw it, the figure I had not noticed before, standing at the edge of the frame, watching me through the lens. It was him, the illusionist. His image was blurred at first, just a dark silhouette, but the more I stared, the clearer he became. His grin stretched unnaturally wide. His eyes, glowing that same vibrant green, locked onto mine through the screen. The photo was more than a mere capture of light, it was a doorway, and somehow, I had invited him in. My breath caught in my throat, my fingers frozen over the keyboard. The hum of the camera, the same electric buzz that had filled the park, now vibrated in my bones. I tried to look away, to shut the screen, to break free from the grip of the image, but it was too late. It was as if I had crossed an unspoken boundary, one I couldn't undo. The illusionist's presence grew stronger, his eyes widening, his smile deepening with the satisfaction of a cruel game being played. The walls around me seemed to close in, the air thick and suffocating. I could hear the faint laughter again, distant but unmistakable. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it wouldn't stop. The park's magic, its curse, had taken root. I had become a part of its endless cycle, and now, I couldn't escape. I'm trapped. Trapped in this loop that grows tighter every day. The more I look at the photos, the more I feed into the park's twisted reality. The illusions are no longer confined to the screen, they bleed into my life, my thoughts. I no longer know where the park ends and my reality begins. As the days pass, I feel the weight of eternity pressing down on me, just as it did the figures in the park. The laughter, the unending cycle, the illusion that everything could be perfect if I just stayed a little longer, relived the moment again. It's all there, just out of reach, waiting. And I know, no matter how far I run, I will never truly escape. The photo on my laptop flickers one last time, and then the screen goes black. I know now what it means. It wasn't just the sound of the thunder. No, it was the way the cave seemed to respond to it, as though it were alive, its walls vibrating with each flash of lightning. The air was thick, heavy with moisture, and every breath I took felt like I was inhaling the very darkness itself. The deeper we ventured, the more disoriented we became, and with every step, the sense of being watched grew stronger. My companions and I had come on a whim, seeking adventure, drawn by the promise of a hidden, unexplored cavern said to contain treasures from a lost civilization. Our guide, an elderly man who had lived in the region all his life, had warned us about the cave's strange history. He spoke of strange noises, unexplained disappearances, and the unsettling fact that no one had ever mapped it entirely. But we, of course, brushed it off as superstition. As we moved deeper into the cave, the flashlight beams cutting through the dense gloom, I began to feel something shift in the air. The temperature had dropped significantly, and despite the hum of our voices and the clinking of our equipment, the silence was oppressive. The shadows seemed to press in closer, as though the walls themselves were tightening, forcing us to move further in. The first oddity appeared when I noticed a set of strange markings on the walls. At first, they seemed like nothing more than ancient carvings, but the more I stared, the more they began to shift and move. My mind refused to accept what my eyes were telling me. Lines blurred and stretched in ways that defied logic, like they were written in some language that wasn't meant to be seen, at least not by human eyes. My breath hitched. I looked over at my companions, but they seemed unaffected, too absorbed in their excitement. They had no idea what I was seeing, or rather, what I thought I was seeing. The cave felt like it was alive, a sentient entity that knew we were there, watching us, playing with our minds. It's just a trick of the light, I told myself, but I could feel the unease creeping through me like a cold hand. The further we descended, the more I felt this strange, pulsing energy in the air. It was as though the cave had its own heartbeat, slow and steady, reverberating through the stone. Suddenly, we reached a vast chamber, far larger than any of us had anticipated. The ceiling was high, too high to see clearly with our flashlights. And then, just as we stepped inside, a sound echoed through the cavern. It was low at first, but growing louder, a hum, almost like a chant, reverberating through the walls. My heart raced as the air grew colder. The chant seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat. I could feel the pressure building in my chest, the darkness pressing in on me. I wanted to run, to leave, but my legs felt rooted to the spot, as though the ground itself was holding me there. "We need to go," I said, my voice a whisper, barely audible over the sound that seemed to be coming from the very stone. But my companions were too absorbed in the moment, staring into the darkness, unable to tear their eyes away from the space before us. And then, I saw it. A figure, emerging from the depths of the cave. It was barely visible at first, just a faint shadow in the flickering light. But as it drew closer, I could make out its features, pale, gaunt, its eyes wide and staring. A figure that looked impossibly old, yet alive in a way that shouldn't have been possible. "What the hell is that?" I breathed, but when I turned to look at my companions, they were gone. The chamber was empty, except for the figure that now stood directly in front of me, its gaze locked onto mine. I tried to speak, to scream, but the words wouldn't come. The figure opened its mouth, and I felt the world around me bend, warping and stretching as though the very fabric of time was unraveling. The chanting grew louder, filling my mind with a cacophony of voices. I could hear my own name, whispered from the depths of the darkness, over and over. I stumbled back, heart hammering in my chest, but the figure advanced, its eyes never leaving mine. It reached out a hand, and as its fingers brushed against my skin, a chill shot through my body, numbing me to the core. The world tilted, and I felt myself being pulled into the cave, into something far darker than anything I had ever imagined. I woke up hours later, my body trembling, covered in sweat. I was back at the entrance of the cave, but everything felt wrong. The world around me seemed distorted, like I had returned from somewhere else. My companions were gone. I called out for them, but there was no answer. The cave was silent, as though it had swallowed them whole. I left the cave that day, but a part of me knows I never truly escaped. The darkness has followed me, just as the echoes of the chant follow me in the quiet moments, when I'm alone. Every shadow, every flicker of light, reminds me of that figure, and of the terrible realization that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. As we crawled deeper into the cave, the passage grew tighter, the air colder and more oppressive. Every breath felt heavy, thick with the weight of unseen eyes watching from the dark. The eerie silence of the storm outside had followed us into this labyrinthine underground, the only sounds now our breath and the faint scrape of boots against stone. 2 hours 41 minutes and 17 seconds, my mind raced, trying to rationalize everything, the strange drawings, the unnerving resemblance to our own movements, the fresh marks on the walls. How could this be possible? There was no way anyone had entered this cave recently, at least, that's what we thought. And yet, the longer we walked, the more I felt the chill of something otherworldly creeping into my very bones. 2 hours 41 minutes and 42 seconds, at the end of the narrow passage, the space opened up into a larger cavern. My headlamp barely penetrated the dark, but I could make out the vague outline of something vast in the center. My chest tightened. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. This wasn't a place for any living being. I knew it then, something in that space had been waiting for us, waiting for anyone foolish enough to venture too far into its depths. 2 hours 42 minutes and 6 seconds, my companions, sensing the change in atmosphere, instinctively fell silent. We didn't speak. None of us dared. It felt as though the cave was holding its breath, waiting for our next move. I instinctively reached for my camera, the compulsion to document this place overpowering, though a voice deep inside me screamed to turn around and leave. 2 hours 42 minutes and 30 seconds, as I raised the camera to my eye, the beam of my headlamp flickered. I cursed under my breath, trying to adjust it. But then, something caught my attention. From the corner of my vision, I saw movement. A faint outline, just at the edge of the light's reach. For a fleeting second, I thought I saw a figure, standing completely still, watching us. My heart stopped. 2 hours 42 minutes and 56 seconds, I blinked and looked again. There was nothing there. Just shadows. But that feeling, that gnawing sense of being watched, lingered. I lowered the camera, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. But then one of my teammates, Chris, whispered in a voice that barely rose above the air's heavy stillness, "Did you see that?" 2 hours 43 minutes and 18 seconds, my breath caught in my throat. I nodded slowly, my eyes never leaving the spot. "Yeah. I did." The words felt thick, unnatural, as though I was speaking against my will. The group stood motionless, their gazes flicking around in every direction, but the cavern was silent again. 2 hours 43 minutes and 41 seconds, "We should leave," another team member said, his voice shaking. "This doesn't feel right." 2 hours 43 minutes and 49 seconds, I couldn't agree more. But as I turned to lead the group back, I noticed something else, something we hadn't seen when we first entered. The walls of this cavern, now fully illuminated by the flashlight beams, were covered with more of the strange drawings, but they were different now. These weren't simple silhouettes. The figures were distorted, stretching unnaturally, their limbs elongating into shapes that didn't belong. And at the center of each figure's body, a swirling black shape pulsed, like something alive. A low growl reverberated through the ground beneath us, a deep, primal sound that made the air vibrate. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the storm. It was something else. "We need to go now," I said urgently, my voice a rasp in the suffocating air. But as we started to turn and head back, the cave seemed to shift. The walls seemed to close in around us, the passage narrowing even further. Panic surged through my veins, and my legs turned to lead. We had been walking toward the exit just moments ago, but now it felt like the path had disappeared. The tunnel had reformed, and we were trapped. Desperation clawed at my chest. My camera clicked, the sound loud in the stillness, but I didn't care. I snapped shot after shot, capturing everything. The walls, the markings, the strange pulse that now emanated from the ground beneath our feet. Each photo seemed to bring the space to life in a way that terrified me. The shapes in the images twisted, and the light in the pictures seemed to shimmer as if it were alive. Then, through the lens, I saw it again. The figure. But this time, it was closer. Much closer. It stood at the edge of my light, its face pale and hollow. Its mouth opened, and a whisper carried across the cavern. I couldn't understand the words, but the meaning was clear. "You shouldn't have come," it seemed to say. The ground beneath us shook, and the walls groaned with a sound like the deep exhale of something waking. We weren't alone anymore. And we didn't know if we ever had been. The painted figure that had split off was unmistakable. The details were too sharp, too precise. It was one of us, the one who had faltered first, stepping away from the rest of the group. My breath quickened. The sensation of being watched intensified, as though the very walls were aware of our every move. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear lingering in my throat, and nodded to the others, trying to reassure them that this was just part of the cave's twisted nature. But deep down, I knew something was terribly wrong. The paintings had somehow shifted in real time, adapting to our every step. It felt like we were no longer exploring the cave, we were walking through a prophecy, one that had already been mapped out before we ever set foot in this dark labyrinth. Every move we made was accounted for, recorded, and played out in ink that seemed far too fresh to have existed for centuries. "We need to leave now," one of the team members said, his voice thin and tight with panic. His gaze darted to the walls, scanning for more of the cursed images. "This isn't natural. This is some kind of trap." I wanted to agree, wanted to turn and run, but the paintings led us further in. Each step into the cave's deeper chambers felt like we were pulled by some invisible force, urging us onward. The sensation was unbearable, the oppressive pull of the walls almost physical, like hands closing in on us. The deeper we went, the more the air thickened. It was colder, heavier. The claustrophobic sense of something vast pressing down on us was suffocating. And yet, there was something inexplicably compelling about continuing, something beyond curiosity. It was as though the cave had tasted our fear, and now, it wanted more. We moved like marionettes, bound to the same invisible strings that had first captured us. Finally, we reached a vast chamber. The walls seemed to stretch into infinity, and in the center of the room stood an object, large and shrouded in darkness. My flashlight flickered, casting fleeting shadows on the jagged stone. My pulse raced, and I felt the weight of something ancient and inevitable in the air. "What is that?" someone whispered, though none of us wanted to know the answer. It was an altar, though it was unlike any altar I had ever seen. The stone was smooth and cold, polished as though it had been carved by hands not of this world. Intricate symbols were etched into its surface, glowing faintly with an eerie, unnatural light. And beside it, the same figure we had seen in the paintings, the one who had split off from the group, was standing there, frozen in place, as if waiting for us. My heart skipped a beat. The figure's expression was blank, its eyes wide, but filled with a hollow emptiness. The realization struck me like a physical blow, this figure had once been one of us. It had once been alive, but now, it was part of the cave, part of whatever cyclical trap had claimed us all. "What do we do?" another teammate asked, his voice small and unsure. I could feel the terror in his words, the quiet panic that was spreading through the group like wildfire. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to escape before it was too late, but something held me there. The paintings, the figure, the altar, all of it seemed connected, as though we were now part of a cycle that would never end. Each of us was being slowly consumed by the cave, transformed into something else. And there was nothing we could do to stop it. I stepped closer to the altar, compelled by forces I couldn't explain. My hand reached out, and as my fingers brushed against the cold stone, a wave of energy surged through me. My body went numb, and I felt myself being pulled into the stone itself. The world around me blurred, the other members of the group fading into shadows as I was drawn into the altar's ancient grip. And then, I knew. I understood everything. The cave was not a place of stone and earth, it was a place of moments, trapped and looping, forever receding into the past and the future. The figures in the paintings, the strange markings on the walls, and the altar itself were part of a cycle of souls. A cycle that had claimed countless lives before us, and would claim countless more after. The figure we had seen, the one who had split off, had already been consumed by the cave, turned into one of the watchers, one of the trapped souls forever caught between time. The altar was not just a physical object, it was the anchor of the cycle. And we, like so many before us, were part of it now. I felt my body stiffen, my skin stretch tight, and I realized, too late, that I had become part of the story. Another figure in the eternal loop of the cave's illusions. The last thing I saw before the darkness fully claimed me was my own face, staring back at me from the surface of the altar, vacant and lost, forever frozen in time. I felt the weight of the cave pressing down on me, as though the very walls were closing in with each step. My team looked at me, their faces a mixture of confusion and fear, but I kept moving forward. I knew what had to be done, but I also knew the price it would cost. The line between guiding them out and becoming part of the cycle had already blurred. As I reached the center of the chamber, the chilling realization settled in: this place was not merely a physical space. It was a passage, a loop, where the past, present, and future had all collided in an intricate dance of fate. I could feel it in the air, in the oppressive hum that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Each brushstroke I made would be another mark in an endless cycle. I glanced back at my team, their eyes filled with uncertainty, but none spoke. They knew too. The paintings had already foreseen our path. They would leave, just like the others before them, and I would stay. The role of the caretaker. The painter. The one who documents the impossible, ensuring that the story of this place would live on for eternity. With a steady breath, I knelt before the wall, the brush in my hand feeling both too heavy and too light. The pigment in the bowl shimmered in the dim light, and I dipped the brush into the mixture, hesitating for just a moment. The cave seemed to hold its breath with me, as though waiting for me to take the final step that would seal my fate. I started painting, each stroke feeling like a heavy imprint on my soul. The scene was already unfolding in my mind, the figures of my team walking away, their outlines fading into the dark, their footsteps echoing into eternity. But as I painted, the sense of inevitability grew stronger. The figures in the mural were not just escaping, they were leaving me behind. The paint felt warm under my fingers, almost alive. The symbols, the figures, all of it seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if the cave itself were feeding off my movements, twisting the reality around me. Every brushstroke pulled me deeper into the story, deeper into the role I was becoming, until I couldn't tell where I ended and the cycle began. The world outside the chamber seemed to fade. I could hear my team moving, their anxious voices growing quieter as they stepped further away. But it didn't matter. It was already too late. I had crossed the threshold. The moment I finished the last stroke, the painting glowed faintly, and the ground trembled beneath me. I felt the connection shift. The cycle had begun again, and I had become part of it. The role of the caretaker was no longer just a responsibility, it was my existence now. I felt my body freezing, not in temperature but in time. I was becoming one of the figures in the paintings, part of the history that would repeat itself again and again. When I stood, I turned to face the entrance. My team was gone, their footsteps no longer echoing in the distance. The air had thickened once more, and the walls seemed to close in, trapping me inside. I knew I would never leave this place. Not as the guide I once was, but as part of the eternal cycle. The weight of it was unbearable. The pain of knowing that no matter how many others came, I would always be here, painting the story for the next group to follow. But as the darkness began to rise around me, I couldn't help but wonder if this had always been my fate. Had I been brought here, not to guide, but to fulfill the painting's promise? Would anyone ever truly escape this cave, or would we all become part of its endless loop? The answer was lost in the shadows. I watched as the last flicker of light from the cave's entrance disappeared, and the silence settled in once again. I was no longer a guide. I was a part of the story, trapped in a cycle that never truly ends. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I cautiously made my way down the hallway. The hum was faint but unmistakable, a deep, vibrating sound that seemed to carry an odd weight in the air. When I reached the workshop, the television was on. The screen was dark, but the soft static buzzed louder than any sound I'd ever heard from a device that had no signal. My breath caught in my throat as I approached. The screen flickered, and for a split second, I caught a glimpse of my own reflection staring back at me, wide-eyed and disoriented. But the image was distorted, stretched, as though something was trying to break through from the other side. I froze. My pulse quickened, and I felt the room close in on me. The air seemed thicker now, almost oppressive, as if it were alive and aware of my presence. I leaned closer, my fingers shaking as I reached for the remote. But before I could turn it off, the screen flashed once more. This time, there were shapes, shadows, ghostly figures moving behind the static. Faces appeared, blurry at first, then gradually taking form. They were watching me, no, staring at me. Their eyes were hollow, black, lifeless. My stomach twisted, and I could feel the weight of their gaze as if they were pulling me into the screen. The static seemed to pulse, and I felt a deep, unsettling compulsion to sit down. The room began to spin, and the walls seemed to stretch outward, distorting the space around me. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again, the figures on the screen had become clearer. They were familiar, too familiar. They were images of me, myself, or some version of me, standing in a room that wasn't my workshop. My hands shook violently as I reached out to turn off the television, but no matter what button I pressed, the static continued. The figures moved now, whispering in voices that were so faint, I couldn't quite make out their words. The longer I stared, the more real they seemed, as though the images were no longer confined to the screen. It was as if they were spilling out into the room, bleeding into reality. The tension in the air grew unbearable. I tried to look away, but I couldn't. I was trapped in that eerie gaze, surrounded by versions of myself in endless loops, performing actions that I didn't remember. The room around me seemed to dissolve, and I began to hear faint murmurs, distant voices repeating my name. They were calling to me, their voices overlapping and distorting, until they felt like an oppressive hum pressing into my skull. My mind raced. I couldn't remember how I had gotten here, how long I had been standing in front of that television. Time felt suspended, like the very fabric of reality had been torn, and I was left caught in the rip. The figures on the screen continued to shift, some standing still, others moving toward the screen as if beckoning me forward. I backed away from the television, but the room seemed to follow me, the walls closing in, the figures reaching out to grab hold of me. A distant, distorted laugh echoed through the static, and for a moment, I could have sworn the television screen was no longer showing the figures, but an empty room, a dark void with nothing but the faintest hint of movement, something watching from the other side. That's when I realized, the television wasn't just showing me a picture, it was pulling me into it. The figures weren't just reflections, they were parts of me, parts of my past, my future, and perhaps something far more sinister. I could feel the pull, the desire to step closer, to enter that other world, where time twisted and memories were never fixed. My legs were unsteady, but I fought the urge to step forward, to surrender to the force that called to me from the screen. I knew, deep down, that this wasn't just a malfunctioning device. This was something far older, far more dangerous. It had been waiting for me, and now, I had answered its call. I ran from the room, leaving the television still glowing in the dark, the faint sounds of voices chasing me down the hall. But even as I escaped the immediate physical space, I could feel the pull within me, like a tether drawing me back. Each night, the images would return in my dreams, warped and twisted, as though they were trying to reclaim me. In the days that followed, I couldn't escape the haunting pull of that television. The images continued to seep into my reality. I would catch glimpses of myself in reflective surfaces, at the corner of a mirror, in the window of a passing car, but the reflection wasn't quite right. It was always flickering, like a faulty broadcast. And though I tried to forget, to rid myself of the device, I couldn't. It sat in the corner of my workshop, watching me with an unblinking stare. I felt like I was being watched, constantly. Even when I wasn't near it, I could feel the hum, the static in the air, growing louder and louder, until it became impossible to ignore. I've stopped trying to understand it. The television is here, and I am trapped with it. There's no escape from what it shows me, no way to sever the connection. It feels as though the screen is the only thing that's real anymore, and everything else, the life I thought I knew, has become a fading echo, slipping away with each passing day. So now, I sit in the silence of my workshop, waiting for the next image to appear, knowing it will come. The figures, the whispers, the endless loop. It never ends. And I am bound to it. Perhaps one day I will answer the call fully, step into the screen, and become part of the show. But for now, I wait, caught in the static, caught in the endless repetition, caught in the knowledge that the television isn't just a device. It's a doorway, and I've already crossed through. But no matter how many lights I turned on, the oppressive atmosphere remained, seeping through the walls like a slow, creeping fog. The television's hum echoed in the silence of my apartment, a constant presence, even though I had tried to hide it, moving it into the back room, away from sight. Still, in the dark, I could feel its weight pressing on my chest. One night, unable to resist the pull, I found myself in front of it again. The screen flickered on, casting a dim glow across the room. At first, there was nothing, just static. Then the picture slowly resolved, and I saw it, me. Standing in the workshop, exactly as I had been before, but there was something else. A shadow, standing at the edge of the frame, just behind me. My heart skipped a beat. The figure was indistinct, at first, just a shadow, too far to make out, but the longer I stared, the more it seemed to move with purpose. It lurked behind me, hovering in the periphery, just out of focus. As the vision on the screen unfolded, I saw myself slowly turning to face it. I saw the moment when my expression shifted from calm curiosity to something darker, more horrified. Then, in the next instant, the image on the screen began to distort. My reflection twisted unnaturally, and the shadow behind me began to take shape. It wasn't me anymore, it was someone else. Someone tall, their features obscured in the static, but their eyes, they were piercing, cold. They seemed to see through me. The static swelled, drowning out all sound, until the room was filled with an eerie, echoing hum. I felt myself drawn to the screen, like the television was reaching out, pulling me in with an unseen force. I couldn't look away, but at the same time, I couldn't move. It was as if the television had become a doorway, a gateway to some hidden, unreachable place. A crackling voice, barely audible, broke through the static. "You're already here," it whispered, the words low and laced with something dark and familiar. I couldn't breathe. I stumbled back, knocking over a lamp, but the room remained dark. I looked around, but nothing in the real world matched what I had seen on the screen. The next day, I unplugged the television for good. I locked it away in my closet, behind layers of boxes and old equipment. I tried to bury it, hoping it would stay out of sight, out of mind. But no matter what I did, I couldn't escape the sense of being watched. Every time I glanced in the direction of the closet, I could feel it, an invisible presence, lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness. That night, I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, the shadow, the figure, me, standing, waiting. I could almost hear it calling me, beckoning me to step closer, to give in. And every time I woke, the feeling remained, lingering like a dark cloud over me. It wasn't just the television anymore. It was in the air, in the very walls of my apartment, suffocating me. I've stopped trying to explain it. I know now that the television wasn't just some broken relic, it was a trap, an anchor to something far worse. I've been avoiding it, refusing to acknowledge it, but it's always there, just beneath the surface, waiting for me to let my guard down. I don't know if I'll ever be truly free from it. Every time I hear a click, or the faint hum of static, my heart races. I still dream of the figure, standing behind me, just out of reach. And sometimes, when the night is still, I swear I can hear that whisper, soft and sinister, as if the television is calling my name again, inviting me back to that dark, impossible place. But I won't answer. I can't. Not again. It became impossible to ignore. The static wasn't just a noise, it was a presence, a hum in the very fabric of reality. The more time I spent around the TV, the more I felt the air around me thickening, as if the very walls of my apartment were being subtly altered. A deep, unshakable dread settled in my stomach. The TV had stopped simply predicting my actions. Now, it felt as if it was dictating them. The future wasn't merely a concept of what might be anymore. It was being sculpted, bent to the whims of whatever force controlled the television. Every click, every change of the dial, seemed to change something about the world around me, shifting it further from what I recognized, until everything felt just off. I couldn't bear it. One night, I decided I had to shut the TV down for good. I gathered all the tools in my workshop, determined to dismantle it and finally free myself from whatever grip it had on me. But as I reached for the back panel, my hand froze just inches from the device. The screen flickered to life once more. My reflection appeared again, but this time it wasn't just my face staring back. It was me, standing motionless in the exact same spot, staring at myself with a blank expression, as if waiting. A cold sweat broke out across my body. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to take a step forward. The television showed me walking toward the screen. Then, for a brief moment, the figure on the screen stepped out of the frame, and I heard the faintest whisper, just a soft breath, like a quiet laugh. I jerked back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I turned away, but when I glanced over my shoulder, the reflection still lingered on the screen, silent but watching. It felt alive, as if it was aware of my every movement, waiting for me to make a decision. The feeling of being trapped, of being observed, reached a fever pitch. My eyes flicked to the clock, and I saw that it was past midnight. Time had blurred again. The static in the air intensified, filling my senses until I felt disoriented, dizzy. I stumbled back, away from the television, but the weight of the device's presence seemed to follow me. That's when I realized with a sickening certainty, I wasn't just in danger of being watched. I was being reshaped. Each glance at the screen, each moment spent near it, was drawing me closer to something I could no longer control. I had allowed the television to pull at the threads of my reality, unraveling everything that had once been solid and familiar. In a frantic rush, I grabbed the television, intending to throw it out the window. But the moment I touched the metal frame, the static surged violently, a shock coursing through my body. My fingers burned. The screen flickered again, and before I could react, a new image appeared, an empty room, not unlike mine, but the walls were closer, the ceiling lower. A chill swept over me. I turned to run, but the shadows seemed to move with me. The room, once ordinary, felt alive with the same pulse as the TV screen. I could no longer tell where the real world ended and the one the television had made began. I had become part of the show, caught in the web spun by the other side. I thought of destroying it, ripping the wires apart, smashing it with a hammer. But every time I tried to act, the television would show me exactly what I was about to do before I did it. It knew my thoughts before I could carry them out, a silent, calculating force watching me from the screen. The whispering started again, faint but persistent, as if someone, something, was speaking just beyond my reach, weaving a script that I was no longer able to ignore. Every decision, every action, felt dictated, leaving me with no room for escape, no ability to turn away. The walls were closing in, and the screen grew larger, more vivid, consuming the entire room. I realized then that the device had already consumed me. What was left was just an echo of the life I had once known, and the cold, creeping certainty that no matter where I went, I would never escape the watchful eyes of that hungry, otherworldly force. All I could do was stare into the abyss of the television's reflection, powerless to stop what was coming next. I exhaled a shaky breath, a mixture of relief and confusion flooding through me. The TV was dead, at least, it appeared to be. But the unease in the air lingered, thick and suffocating, as if I hadn't truly escaped. The silence felt oppressive, as though the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable return of whatever force had bound me to this place. I stood there for a long while, staring at the lifeless device. Was this just a momentary reprieve? Or had I broken the cycle for good? I couldn't trust what I saw. My mind still played tricks, convincing me that I felt something moving, watching, hidden just out of reach. I decided to leave the room. Each step felt heavier, the weight of my actions settling on my shoulders. The door creaked as I opened it, and the world outside seemed too bright, too normal. I made my way out, trying to shake the feeling that I was still trapped in a warped version of my own life. The sensation of being watched was ever present. Days passed. The world went on, but I couldn't help feeling disconnected from it, as if something had shifted just enough to make everything feel off. The streets looked the same, the people moved in their usual patterns, but I found myself constantly checking over my shoulder. Sometimes I would wake in the night, convinced that the static hum had returned, that the screen was beckoning me again. And then, one evening, I received an odd package at my doorstep. It was a plain brown box, no return address, nothing distinguishing it except the faintly familiar scent of old wood and dust. My heart sank when I saw it. Without even opening it, I knew. Inside was a single item, a small, vintage camera. The same camera I had used to take those pictures in my workshop. It was the same one I had sworn to never touch again. My hands trembled as I picked it up, feeling a strange hum of energy pulsing through it. The camera was in perfect condition, as if it had never been touched. But as I stared at it, I knew one thing with chilling certainty: the cycle hadn't broken. It was just waiting for me to take the next step. A sick realization washed over me: whatever I had done to sever the connection with the TV had only shifted the portal. The TV might have been silent, but now, somehow, I had another door to the same place, another device that could pull me back into the grip of that unrelenting force. The camera's lens gleamed, beckoning me. My reflection in the camera's glass seemed wrong. I stared, entranced by the eerie shift in the image. The distortion was subtle, but undeniable. Just like the TV had shown me countless times, my image was not entirely my own. I didn't know if I had the strength to resist anymore. The cycle was relentless, and now it had found another way to ensnare me. Whatever I did, it would keep pulling me back, whether through the TV, the camera, or some other artifact that held a bridge to that parallel reality. I could hear the faintest hum again, the same static noise that had haunted my every step, as if something in the fabric of my world was stretching, waiting to pull me back in. But I couldn't afford to let it happen. Not again. Not ever. And yet, as I stood there, the camera in my hand, I felt the weight of inevitability. There was no escaping this. Only delays. Only the faint hope that maybe, just maybe, if I kept moving, if I kept running, I could find a way to close this chapter once and for all. But deep down, I knew the truth. It was already too late.